za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu. Twakusihi tutazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Twakuomba ututeremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa mwetu. Amin.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Honourable members, I wish to report the House in accordance with Standing Order number 225, subsection 2, paragraph B, that I have received a petition submitted by one Mr. Machuka Nyarieko from Nyamasibi location, Kisii County. The petitioner wishes to address the plight of citizens who are not able to gain access to employment in the public sector due to the stringent requirements set for accessing the opportunities. Honourable members, the petitioner cites that requirements to acquire the clearance of the Higher Education Loans Board and the Credit Reference Bureau, a tax compliance certificate from the Kenya Revenue Authority, an integrity certificate from the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, and a certificate of good conduct from the police are impediments against poor citizens seeking employment. The process of repeatedly obtaining the documents which have an expiry period is costly, and even after the arduous task of obtaining the documents, there is no guarantee of landing the job. The petitioner is of the opinion that failure to obtain such documents should not be a hindrance in obtaining employment, and instead, employment should be given on merit to allow the citizens to meet the above obligations upon obtaining a source of income. The petitioner avers that the issues in respect of which this petition is made are not pending before any court of law or constitutional body. The petitioner therefore prays that the House, through the Departmental Committee of Labor and Social Welfare, intervenes by ensuring that government agencies ease the rigorous documentation requirements for job applicants and to inter alia comply with Article 55, paragraph C, and Article 56, paragraph C of the Constitution. I thank you, honourable members. There is also a petition by the Honourable Shinali, member for Ikolomani. The Honourable Bernard Shinali.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our petition regarding delayed compensation of landowners for expansion of Sigalagala, Musoli, Pukura Putere Road, number D260. I, the undersigned, on behalf of the concerned residents of Ikolomani constituency, Kakamega County, affected by expansion of Sigalagala, Musoli, Pukura, Putere Road, number 2D60, draw the attention of the House to the following. 1, that in 2013, national government through the Kenya Roads Authority embarked on construction of the Sigalagala Musoli Pukura Putere Road, which is now 95% complete. Number 2, that the construction of the road involved expansion that encroached onto private property, leaving many residents residing along the said road displaced and their properties destroyed. Number 3, that even though the expansion of the road and upgrading it to bitumen standards has opened up businesses, trade and growth of the region's economy, thus improving the livelihood of our people, residents are concerned that the right to enjoy their property was violated without adequate compensation. Number 4, that the affected residents and families aver that whenever infrastructure projects such as the standard gauge railway and road encroach on part of the whole of any private land, owners are entitled to compensation, to consummate compensation for the land. Number 5, that since 2013, the affected families who gave up their land for expansion of the road have not been compensated for their land and property, with no clear explanation for the cause of the delay. Number 6, that efforts to address the matter with the Cabinet Secretary and National Land Commission to explain why there has been a delay in the compensation, in the compensating the displaced people has not been successful. 7, that the matter in respect of which this petition is raised are not pending before court of law, constitutional or legal body. Therefore, your humble petitioners pray that the National Assembly, through the Departmental Committee on Lands, 1, investigates the matter raised in the petition with a view to ascertaining why residents who were affected by the expansion of the Sigalagala Musoli Pukura Putere Road, number 2T60, have not been compensated for their land and property. And number 2, interventions through the relevant government ministry and agencies which have, with a view to initiating the process of compensating to enable affected families to carry on with their livelihoods. And your petitioners shall ever pray. Thank you, sir.
The other petition is by the Honorable Gimose, member for Hamisi. No, don't listen to people who have ignored the rules of the House. We will have sympathy and allow you to speak from where you are. Look to your left.
Oh, good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for this opportunity to present this petition. I, the undersigned, on behalf of the community displaced from Vihiga, Sabatia, and Hamisi sub-counties in Vihiga County and settled in Kipiri Forest, draw the attention of the House to the following. that over 800 families were forcibly evicted from Vihiga, Sabatia, and Hamisi sub-counties in Vihiga County and settled in Kipiri Forest in 1985 to pave the way for the construction of present-day Vihiga County Headquarters, Vihiga County Hospital, Vihiga County Prison, Vihiga Regional Police Headquarters, Mbale Police Station, Moi Girls Pokoliga Secondary School, Mudata Tea Factory, Sabatia Hospital, and other office complex for public utility. That this resettlement and affected members of the Triki community who are living adjacent to the schools also affected the Triki community that were living adjacent to the schools and other government facilities. That the displaced families were relocated to Musunji village in Hamisi sub-county, which previously formed part of the Kipiri Forest, being part of the larger Kakamega Forest Reserve, with each family member being promised compensation of twice the land size they had initially owned in Mbale village, as well as financial compensation arising out of the compulsory acquisition of their land and the resultant displacement. That the authorities undertook to degazette the land set aside from the forest area, conduct survey on it, and finally ensure the deeds, the title deeds to the relocated families who settled in Kipiri Forest and started subsisting farming, build homes, and planted trees in order to sustain their livelihood. That the failure by the authorities to compensate the families, conduct survey, and issue title deeds as initially promised has led to constant harassment of families that are adjacent to the Kakamega Forest Reserve by forest officers who treat the relocated families as squatters. And illegal settlers, yet their relocation was a government undertaking. That the Rural Electrification Authority and Kenya power companies have erected electrical poles and transformers in the area occupied by the relocated families without seeking way leave, nor providing compensation on the grounds that the relocated families' households do not have title deeds to the land they currently occupy. That the Kenya Wildlife Service and the Kenya Forestry Service are currently erecting a perimeter fence, which will eventually lock out the relocated families from the land they are currently occupying. The relocated families now live under constant harassment and threats of eviction from government administrators. That efforts by the affected community to establish normalcy and peaceful coexistence, as exemplified by letters written to the provincial administration and Ministry of Lands seeking urgent intervention, have not borne fruit, and that the issues in respect of which this petition is made are not pending before any court or any constitutional or legal body. Therefore, your humble petitioners pray that the National Assembly, through the Departmental Committee on Land and the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources, inquires into the relocation of the affected families from Maragoli and Hamisi sub-counties in Vihiga County with a view to relocating, facilitating the degazettement of the occupied areas expropriated from Kipiri Forest of the larger Kakamega Forest Reserve. The surveying of the area and the resultant issuance of title deeds, compensation for the compulsory acquired private property, the establishment of a settlement scheme in the occupied area, having social amenities and physical infrastructure and establishment of a buffer zone, having police station to boost security in the area, and make any other recommendation to deems appropriate in the circumstances of this petition. I pray. And your petitioners pray, and your petitioners will ever pray. Thank you.
I'm informed, Honorable Gimosa, it is your maiden petition. Is it? Because it became very difficult for many of us to follow what it is you wanted. But suddenly you said you wanted directed to the Departmental Committee on Lands. That suffices. Because it is written, people will be able to follow and pick out what it is that they should deal with. But nevertheless, it is appreciated.
Can I make some comment?
Honourable members, before I allow comments to be made, let me recognize the presence of students and constituents from the following places. Those from Precious Brains School, Kasarani constituency in Nairobi County, and those from Mudhoka Secondary School, Mwingi Central constituency, Kitui County, and also some constituents from Gatundu North constituency, courtesy of the Honorable Member Ann Kibe Wanjiku, Kiambu County. They are all welcome to observe the proceedings in the National Assembly. Honourable members, those have been 3 petitions, and they will allow minimum comments. Honourable Oudo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Of course, most of us who sit here are getting alarmed by the very large number of petitions related to land occupation, land compensation, and related matters. Probably, Honorable Speaker, this is an indictment on the just disbanded National Land Commission because it failed to execute its mandate in dealing with historical land injustice and historical land issues. It's also an indictment on the acquiring public entities that they seem to flout the Constitution, which clearly states that whenever you are acquiring property, personal property and a compulsory acquisition or voluntary resettlement, compensation should be prompt, fair, and just. We just hope and pray that the new National Land Commission, the one that National Assembly approved yesterday, will rise up to the task and address these innumerable issues that are emerging in the land sector. It is high time we put our issues correct because land is such an emotive issue. I'm also concerned that the number of petitions coming to the Lands Department might be too much for them to handle. Probably it might be time for you, your Honorable Speaker, to look at alternative ways of expeditiously processing these petitions. Because members of public who petition expect the National Assembly to address their issues. If time ends and the lapses, they feel cheated, and that's why we continue to have negative perception about the work rate and ability of the members of Parliament to deliver. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
But the committees are at liberty to seek extension of time from the House, leave of the House for more time. Member for Malava.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to comment on the matter concerning the road from Sigalagala, Butere. Mr. Speaker, I recall when there was public participation with Mheshimiwa Shinali, the residents were assured about this compensation. And Mr. Speaker, therefore, it's not a bother even to Mheshimiwa because we are neighbors, where actually the affected persons are always coming to his home to ask for this particular issue. And I would urge actually the government, when it comes to this matter of compensation, it must come out so clear that they even prepare a list of the persons who are supposed to be compensated. And then after the time comes, a list is also prepared for the persons who are receiving, and it is actually communicated officially, publicly, so that we can also know who is being compensated and not. Because, Mr. Speaker, I also recall a similar situation with the power line, the one from Jinja to Uganda, from Jinja in Uganda to Kenya, Nairobi, the main power line. I was also affected in Malava, where I was also going around talking to residents, telling them about the compensation. Because they were changing, they were upgrading the line, moving from the old line to the new line, where they got into people's farms. So, Mr. Speaker, some were compensated and others were not. And up to now, they're still moving about, coming to my home, asking for the same. And therefore, we need an improvement on the issue of compensation, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, I support that petition. Thank you.
Member for Ugunja.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I would want to comment specifically on the petition by the member for Ikolomani, Honorable Shinali, for two reasons. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, that road is not just Segalagala Butere. The complete name of that road is Segalagala Butere Sidindi. And Sidindi is in my constituency. So the issues that affect his constituents actually affect my constituents as well. The issues surrounding that road. Mr. Speaker, the second reason why I want to comment is that my committee, the Public Accounts Committee, is grappling with this issue of land compensation as we speak. Mr. Speaker, even though the law on compulsory land acquisition is clear, I may want to urge you, Mr. Speaker, to perhaps invite the committee on the delegated legislation to look at the regulations that support this law. If they are there, I haven't had a question to look at them. Because, Mr. Speaker, one thing that needs to come out clearly is at what point do we say that compulsory land acquisition process is complete? Is it simply at the point when the National Land Commission gazettes, or is it when the original owners of the land have been adequately compensated? But secondly, Mr. Speaker, what is the rule that governs the implementation of projects on compulsorily acquired land? Is it that the implementing agencies are at liberty to commence implementation even before the acquired land has been compensated for? Or is it that they have to wait for the owners to be compensated before the projects can commence? As we speak, there's total confusion, Mr. Speaker. You find some projects are continuing on land whose owners haven't been compensated. Yet in other projects, we are being told the projects can't commence until the compensation is completed. So we are at a loss, Mr. Speaker. So I suggest that these petitions be taken before a joint committee, perhaps a committee on lands, delegated legislation, justice and legal affairs, and whatever the committee which is relevant, so that we deal with this matter once and for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Maybe you need the entire house.
Perhaps.
Not just committees, because
Yes.
I think there's another issue. Do we need the roads? Because everybody will say, I need a road, or claim I need a particular road going through this village, the other one. Not just Sindindi. Yeah? Then what is the cost? Maybe the problem starts there. When we begin costing, perhaps we don't factor in that compensation. And therefore the problem begins. So I think the country as a whole needs some conversation, because we need development, and where that development has to happen, perhaps is on individual private owners' land. So we have to balance between the development and also this element of what is adequate compensation. But I think since we passed the recent land value index, I think these matters now should be addressed much more robustly. Hopefully, now that we are almost at the tail end of putting in place a new National Land Commission, invite all stakeholders to make contributions. Because on one hand, you hear even when people are told that we are doing wind power, people say our cattle graze around below the wires and therefore we need compensation. So you wonder. But the grass is still growing, notwithstanding the wires. So you don't understand now what. So we have also taken as a country, and it's something we must address. We have also taken as a country this issue of compensation to another level, which may in itself impede that still desired development in its various facets. But I agree there is need for many more people to be involved in the discussion and negotiations about how to handle this whole issue of compensation. Not just about land. You know, we have passed a law on compensation on people who suffer injuries from wildlife and or even lose lives. I mean, the families, the relatives, and kin. But you know, what is adequate? What is enough? So I agree with you, Honorable Wandai, that there will be need for many more stakeholders to really be involved in discussing this issue. Member for Endebess.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to support the member for Ikolomani and also the Honorable member on issues that they have raised pertaining their constituencies. But on the general principle, Honorable Speaker, I think it is a high time that we look at, as a House, methods of how we can process petitions, because many Kenyans have been presenting their petitions to the House, and more so concerning these issues about compensations. And in the Committee of Energy, we have issues about way leave, just the way you put it, that Kenyans have taken it to a certain level. But I think there must be a just way on how we can arrive at resolutions, because under Article 95, Honorable Speaker, we are mandated to be able to provide solutions, to be able to give away issues about compensation, especially when government is putting up structures like roads, schools, also way leaves and other issues. These are pertinent issues that are affecting Kenyans. And many Kenyans are living for many years without getting the justice which they require. And as you are aware, the process of even approaching the courts, it takes many years for an issue to be resolved. And therefore, I think it's a high time we look at how petitions are brought into this House, how we can be able to resolve them the quickest time possible, and give a solution that is not that the House is doing it in futility, but because committees will spend time and resources to visit those constituencies, listen to the opinions of the people, take issues that are affecting them, and try to give solutions to them. So I think the process in which, because we just come here, we table the report, and more often the report is even not discussed or debated. And we don't have resolutions as to that, apart from what the committee decides at the committee level. But I think if we had a way of how the House will be able to resolve some of those issues, then I think we could be able to do something that can help Kenyans. So with those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support the petitions that have been presented.
Well, some of the petitions are supposed, the results of the investigations are supposed to be communicated directly to the petitioners without coming to the House. So to limit the number of petitions that will require the resolution of the House. And they are granted, they are provided for in certain other legal framework. Member for Makueni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in Makueni constituency, I've just gone through a difficult time with the compensation of Thwake Dam. And Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with the Honorable Andai that we have a missing gap with the law. The Constitution is clear, and we have several other laws which apply, because while the ministry, the one which makes a request from Treasury to the National Land Commission, between the ministry and National Land Commission, Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of challenges. And at times, also these particular people, once they've been compensated, the ministry now has to issue guidelines as to how they have to move. And I believe that, Mr. Speaker, is not in any of the regulations or any of the part of work we do at the delegated legislation where I'm a member. So I believe we need to look at the whole issue again, and Mr. Speaker, we can come up with a process whereby Kenyans and the law will be effected sufficiently. The Secretariat of the National Land Commission also has a lot of challenges, the way it is constituted, and I believe now the new commission, Mr. Speaker, will be able to put the Secretariat right, because that's where a lot of other issues arise and a lot of money is lost, and also people be compensated, claim that monies are demanded upfront before they are given their own money. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
But also I want to remind the House that when you raise the issue about the processing of petitions, remember it is within your power, even within the sessions, to propose different ways and different methods that you think would be of greater value to the process of the manner in which we process petitions, because the final overhaul of the standing orders will come at the tail end of this parliament. But even within the life of this parliament, you have the chance and the opportunity to propose amendments to the standing orders if you think that they may be impeding the way you conduct business of petitions. Finally, the member for Igembe North.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to comment on the petition that was concerning about the youth employment vis-a-vis the long list of requirements, and actually put it that it is not a problem for the youth to raise those documents, because like the documents that are being listed, whether it's an ID card or certificate of good conduct or KRI or those others, those are things actually you need to identify who you are employing as an organization. But I wanted to mention actually the petition that should be before the House about youth employment should be on the Treasury. Mr. Speaker, you notice that after we passed the budget, immediately we passed the budget, a circular is coming from the Treasury and is saying that they are freezing employments maybe for the next 2 or 3 years. Yet, when we were passing that budget here, every department had actually, or many departments had put provisions for youth employment. Then the Treasury looks like it is having a veto power or overruling the National Assembly, which has passed the budget. So I think, Mr. Speaker, we need a provision where a petition ought to address that kind of a danger to the youth when it comes to employment. It is the National Treasury. When the government is not spending, the economy is paralyzed. I don't know who does economics for them. So that is where the problem is, and I think it's a good petition. It should come and open others issues to be discussed.
Very well, the petitions are referred to the relevant committees of the House to which they are directed. Move to the next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Whip.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the leader of Majority Party, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, October 2nd, 2019, afternoon sitting. 1, 2018-2019 Annual Public Debt Management Report from the National Treasury and Planning. 2, the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements in respect of the following constituencies for the year ended 30th June 2018 and the certificates therein. A. Butere, Vihiga, Kisumu East, Matungu, Mumias West, Sirisia, Subukia, and Tongaren. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The chairperson, Committee on Delegated Legislation, Honorable Sholei.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 2nd October 2019. Report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of 1, the retirement benefits, occupational retirement benefit schemes, amendment regulations 2019 via legal notice number 88 of 2019. And 2, the insurance, motor vehicles and third-party risks, certificate of insurance, amendment rules 2019 via legal notice number 92 of 2019. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Honorable Sholei.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion: that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the retirement benefits, occupational retirement benefit schemes, amendment regulations 2019 via legal notice number 88 of 2019, and the insurance, motor vehicles, third-party risks, certificate of insurance amendment rules 2019 via legal notice number 92 of 2019, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 2nd October 2019, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 18 of the Statutory Instruments Act 2013 and the Standing Order 210-4B, annuls in its entirety the said regulations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Likoni, the name of Mishi Mboko. Mishi Juma, sorry.
Thank you,
Which
Mr. Speaker.
is the correct which is the correct name? Mishi Mboko.
Mishi Juma Mboko. So if you say Mishi Juma, it's okay. Mishi Juma Mboko, it's okay, Mr. Speaker.
Absolutely, very well. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Pursuant to Standing Order number 33-1, I seek leave for the adjournment of the House for purposes of discussing the recent Likoni ferry tragedy. Honorable Speaker, sir, in the recent past, a vehicle containing a mother by the name Mrs. Kigenta and her daughter by the name Amanda slid off one of the Likoni ferries, MV Harambe, into the Indian Ocean. Mr. Speakers, the body are yet to be retrieved, but I just want to confirm that there are some operations going on to ensure that they have retrieved the bodies of the 2 persons. Mr. Speaker, sir, over the last few years, similar incidences have occurred with more lives lost and seemingly no preventive action has been taken. It is very unfortunate that such tragedies continue to reoccur, yet there are various arms of government present and operating along our marine waters, Mr. Speaker. The Kenya Ferry Services, Mr. Speaker, the Kenya Ports Authority, the Kenya Navy, Mr. Speaker, and the newly formed Kenya Coast Guard Services are all in operation but seem to be uncoordinated and unprepared to handle ferry disasters when passengers or vehicle fall into the Likoni Channel. Mr. Speaker, there is urgent need to have a disaster system in place, safe working ferries and emergency rescue teams, including professional divers on the ferries and at the shores, to conduct timely rescue operations and ensure the safety of passengers crossing the Likoni Channel. Honorable Speaker, sir, it is for this reason that I seek leave for the adjournment of the House in order to deliberate on these weight matters, formulate solution, and chart a way forward. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
You have the numbers? You have the numbers? You see, the problem is that members don't pay attention to what others are saying. Therefore, you could very well find you have no numbers, Honorable Mishi. Very well, you have the numbers. Now the member for game is beginning to explain to who is this one. The member for Kwanza. The member for game is the one who is explaining the member for Kwanza what the matter is all about. Member for Mvita, what is it you want to say before we...
Asante, Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, wakati mwingine uliwahi kutoa amri ya kuwa kwa vile niko katika kamati ya public investment, yale ambayo kwamba yanazungumzwa ndani itakuwa sio sawa kuweza kuyazungumza kabla hayajaweza kukithiri zaidi. Lakini ni neno moja tu, Bwana Spika, naomba tu niweze kupatiwa ruhusa. Hili jambo katika ripoti ya auditor ya mwaka 2016 na 2017, auditor aliweza kulitaja hili jambo na akasema ya kwa hizi feri puli zake nyingi sana hazifanyi kazi, na akaweza kuelekeza ya kwa hizi feri ni hatari ambayo iko njiani itaweza kutokea. Baada ya pale kuna makaratasi inasemekana barua zilipelekwa kwa wizara, na Bwana Spika, najua kwa sababu ya nyadhifa ambazo kwamba bunge liliweza kunipatia kama mwenyekiti sitoweza kuyazungumza sana sasa hivi mpaka niweze kuileta ile report, lakini ile naomba wenzangu ya kwa ile report ikija haya mambo yatakuweko ndani yake, na yakikuweko ndani yake ni muhimu ile kamati yenye kufuatiliza iweze kufuatiliza ili wale ambao kwamba walohusika na wakaambiwa ya kwa kuna athari fulani iko njiani, wale ambao kwamba wenye kuhusika.
The member who has become a waiter, please, you know the rules. You may think that you are so vertically challenged, but you know, don't impede.
Tumsamee. Ningeomba tumsamee Bwana Spika, lakini Bwana Spika,
you know, no member is allowed to become a waiter in the chamber. So don't assume the role of serving others with water. Those who get thirsty can see where the water is. Please, you know, your constituents are watching you, and they see you become the one serving others with water, so they think, oh, that's why we don't hear him or her. It's because she is busy serving water, you know. So you must be careful about perception. Proceed.
Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, lile nilikuwa nalielezea ikwa licha ya haya mambo tayari athari kuweza kudokezwa ya kuwa kuna athari kubwa sana ya hizi feri, lakini licha ya yote na licha ya wizara kuweza kuambiwa hamna jambo lolote ambalo kwamba limeweza kufanyika, lakini lile la kusikitisha zaidi Bwana Spika ni kuwa baada ya jambo hili kutokea, mita kadhaa tuna base ya Navy, mita kadhaa kutoka pale tuna base ya Kenya Coast Guard, lakini yote haya yakiweza kujumlisha, ikiwa tumeweza kushindwa kuondoa gari moja ambalo kwamba kwa kusikitisha ndani kuna mama ambaye anatoka katika eneo la Mvita na mwanae, lakini siku 4 Bwana Spika kuweza kushindwa kuweza kutoa jambo lile, linatuuliza lile swali gumu sisi sasa. Na nataka kamati Bwana Spika, kwa sababu ile jambo limeeleza kuletwa bunge na mjumbe mwenzangu dada yangu Mishi, lakini pengine ungeweza kuulizia ile kamati yenye kuhusika na mambo haya iweze kuulizia, hii nchi inashindwa, tunashindwa kuweza kuokoa boti moja peke yake, tutaweza kweli athari kubwa ikiweza kutokea katika Kenya hii kweli?
And I can see the member for Lunga Lunga also wants to, before I give the, it is not debate time yet.
Asante Mheshimiwa Speaker.
No, now you want to make it now look like, I can see the member for Nyali also is, oh gosh, no, it will not be possible to debate at this hour.
Mheshimiwa Speaker,
standing order number 33, sorry. Proceed. Just say what you have to say, very briefly.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, asante sana. Kwanza Mheshimiwa Speaker, jambo ambalo la kusikitisha ni kuwa ukiangalia sababu ni kwa nini hawajaweza kulitoa ile gari ndani pale ilipozama, ni kwa sababu wameshindwa kupeana hewa ile ya kununua ambayo itakwenda mita 60 chini. Sasa hivi ile hewa walionayo ni ile ambayo inaweza kwenda mita 30 chini. Lakini Mheshimiwa Speaker, nikikwambia kule sehemu tunazotoka kama Vanga,
kuna vijana ambao ni wenyeji, wazoefu, waweza kwenda mita kama 60 chini na wakakaa kama masaa mawili kutoka bila kuwa na oksijeni ya kununua. Mheshimiwa Spika, sababu ya mambo kama haya kutokea ni kwa sababu pengine wale wanaoandikwa waweze kutega mifano kama kutega majanga kama hayo ni wale ambao pengine wana uzoefu wa kuogelea kwenye mabawa, kwenye swimming pool, lakini hawana uzoefu wa kuogelea kwenye maji. Na mbali na hivyo, Spika, ile sehemu ambayo ya Likoni tunaizungumzia ni sehemu ambayo ina papa, na nafikiri kila mmoja ana utamu wa roho yake. Lakini ikiwa umekuzwa katika hali ya kuwa uko ndani ya bahari kila siku, basi niko na imani ni sawa na Masai ambaye yuko kichakani. Masai anaweza kuwa amesimama hapa, simba yuko pale, hana wasiwasi. Mimi na wewe ambao hatujazoea, tukisimama ndani ya gari, simba ako nje, tuna wasiwasi. Ni kama vile yule ambaye ni diver, ambaye amezoea, ambaye hakusoma kufika form 4, lakini ana uwezo wa kuweza kuingia pale ndani akasaidia janga kama ile. Ni muhimu sana tuipatie nafasi jioni, Mheshimiwa Spika, ili tulizungumzie kindani na liweze kueleweka. Asante sana.
Basi jioni ndio muda ambao nitawatengea, kwa sababu hayo mambo ni mazito ya hewa kiasi hicho umesema. Natakiwa nimpe muda wa kutosha. Hiyo hao wengine kama Mheshimiwa Ngwenyi na Mheshimiwa Mbarire waweze kuelewa kabisa mambo ya hewa kiasi gani inatakikana kuingia kwa maji, ndani ya maji, mita zile. Sasa Mheshimiwa Mohamed Ali, dakika moja. Najua watu wa hiyo sehemu najua mnaogopa ile mambo inaitwa bonga points. Basi dakika moja lakini.
Shukran sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii. Ningelipenda kuwaunga wenzangu na kuungana na taifa nzima kwa ujumla kuweza kwanza kutoa rambirambi zetu kwa marehemu Mariam Kigendi na mtoto wake Amanda. Licha hayo, umesema ya kwamba utatutengea muda tuweze kuzungumzia jambo hili, kwa sababu iwapo hakutakuwa na suluhu kutakuwa na matatizo chungu nzima katika siku za usoni. Mheshimiwa Spika, ningelipenda kwanza kabisa kusema ya kwamba hii inaelekea kuwa siku ya 3 serikali ikiwa imenyamaza na kuangalia tu bila ya usaidizi wowote. Leo waziri wa uchukuzi ameweza kumwamrisha katibu wa kudumu katika wizara hiyo aweze kufika pale na kuweza kusaidia katika shughuli za kuweza kupata maiti. Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka tu kusema hivi ya kwamba pesa mingi zimeweza kutolewa katika huduma ya Kenya Ferry. Shilingi milioni 78 iliweza kutolewa ya kuweka CCTV za kuangalia kwamba iwapo kutatokea janga lolote, wao wanakuwa wa kwanza kuweza kuona tatizo hili. Mheshimiwa Spika, kumalizia tu ni kusema ya kwamba safari hii serikali imeweza kufeli. Kifo cha Mariam Kigendi na mtoto mdogo Amanda ni kifo ambacho kimesababishwa na serikali ya Jamhuri ya Kenya. Serikali ni sharti ilipe familia ya waathirika, na vile vile serikali ni lazima iwajibike kuhakikisha kwamba kivukio cha feri hakitadhuru mtu yeyote katika siku za usoni. Watu watatu ndio wanafaa waweze kuelezea taifa hili ni katika njia ipi mambo haya yametendeka. Wa kwanza ni Bakari Ngoa, mkurugenzi mkuu wa Kenya Ferry, Brigedia mstaafu Vincent Naisho Loonana ambaye ni Director General wa Kenya Coast Guard, na Major Generali Levi Franklin Mganga, Kenya Navy Commander. Hawa ni watu wana uwezo, hawa ni watu walikuwa karibu, na ni watu ambao wangeokoa mtoto huyu mdogo mwenye miaka 4 na mamake. Imechukua kama dakika 20 kwa hawa watu kutafuta usaidizi pasi na kupata. Kifo cha Mariam Kigendi na Amanda ni kifo ambacho kimesababishwa na serikali ya taifa na ni sharti walipwe. Shukran.
Basi hayo yote na zaidi itakuwa are there many members? Very well, then it seems like the desire of the House that I give you 2 hours. Yeah? Is that the desire of the House? Very well. The Honorable Mishi At exactly 5 p.m., you will move the House to adjourn to debate this matter. 5 p.m. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable Koinange? No, sorry, before we go. Question by the member for Tigania West, John Kanywithi Mutunga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the question to the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government. My question, Honorable Speaker, comes in two parts. Part one, could the Cabinet Secretary address concerns that crime levels have generally escalated in areas where the National Police Reservists, or NPR, were disarmed? And the second part of the question, Honorable Speaker, is that are there any plans by the ministry to compensate farmers who have suffered losses through cattle rustling, which has been a direct result of NPR disarmament? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well, question referred to the Committee on Administration and National Security. Next question, member for Tharaka, Honorable Gitonga Murugara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask question number 434 of 2019, directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Energy. Number one, what measures have been put in place to resolve the inordinate delay in the release of electrification construction materials imported into the country by Kenya Power's contractors due to Treasury's delays in issuing duty-free permits for the release of the said materials at the port of Mombasa? Number two, what steps is the ministry taking to avert a similar crisis in future, which may negatively affect rural electrification initiatives?
Well, question referred to the Committee on Energy to prioritize for the Cabinet Secretary and the answer. The next question by the member for Kipkelion West, Honorable Hilary Kosgei. Honorable Hilary Kosgei, member for Kipkelion West. Very well. Next question is by the member for Butere, Tindi Mwale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 436 of 2019. The question is directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government. Could the ministry consider increasing the number of police officers in Butere constituency, which is currently experiencing an acute shortage of officers as a result of transfers affected in the last 4 months, to curb the increased cases of insecurity in the constituency? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question referred to the Committee on Administration and National Security. Question number 435 is deferred to another date. Statements, Honorable Koinange.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the member for Parliament for Endebess constituency, Honorable Dr. Robert Pukose, has requested for a statement on the alleged forceful eviction of residents of Molem area and the killing of a minor, Daisy Cherop, by police. The honorable member specifically requested to be informed on the following: action being taken against the sub-county police commander for the unlawful and forceful evictions of residents of Molem area and Debes constituency, despite a court order being issued against evictions of residents. Second, actions undertaken to ensure that investigation leading to the shooting and killing of the minor, the late Daisy Cherop, are carried out, and action being taken against the police officer who was shot and killed the said child. Thirdly, what measures are in place to ensure court orders are respected and that in case of eviction be done in humane and orderly manner in the county, including not used as punishment of locals resident. Honorable Speaker, I wish to state as follows. The disputed land number 5335/25 is situated in Molem Village, Kiptogot sublocation, and in Debes sub-county. The land has a protracted court case between the proprietors, Mr. Rija Satia, and partners on one hand, and Mr. Samson Sichangi and others on the other hand. The first eviction order was issued way back in 1991 and implemented. However, the evictees returned to the land after the plaintiffs failed to occupy the land. Subsequent evictions were done in the year 2001 and the year 2004, but the evictees still managed to return. Honorable Speaker, on 30th April 2019, the High Court in Eldoret issued a warrant of arrest against the Sub-County Police Commander and Debes through the County Police Commander, Trans Nzoia, for failure to execute an eviction order via Eldoret Civil Suit number 141/1991. In Environmental and Lands Court case number 42/205 on 23rd July 2014. Honorable Speaker, on the 5th September 2019, the Sub-County Police Commander visited the area to establish the number of structures and subsequently prepared for the eviction exercise. On 10th September 2019, the Sub-County Police Commander and a team of officers went to Molem area and found some of the evictees already having moved their properties out of the houses, while others were removing the iron sheets, windows, shutters, and doors from the semi-permanent buildings. After the residents were through with removing their properties, the plaintiff, using hired casual workers, started demolishing the structures while the police were providing security. The exercise was carried out in accordance with the law and ended peacefully at about 12:30 hours. The Sub-County Police Commander and his team returned to the station at about 15:30 hours. A group of evictees and some hired goons invaded the plaintiff's homestead and burned down his 6 houses. Police officers left for the scene, but unfortunately, they were blocked by the goons who pelted them with stones. The officers dispersed them by use of blank bullets and tear gas. Honorable Speaker, the Sub-County Police Commander and Debes acted within the law by enforcing a court order. After the High Court in Eldoret issued a warrant of arrest against him for not enforcing court order issued on 23rd July 2014. Honorable Speaker, the minor Daisy Cherop, otherwise known as Daisy Chepkoech Chekemboi, was hit by a speeding motorcycle about 2 kilometers from the scene of the disturbance. The post-mortem conducted on the body did not indicate gunshot as the cause of the death. I wish to table a copy of the post-mortem report. An inquest into death of late Daisy Cherop has been opened and will be submitted to the Director of Public Prosecutions for perusal and advice after completion of investigation. Honorable Speaker, police officers are required by law and constitution to obey and enforce or court orders served on them. Police officers do not execute eviction orders, but only provide security and oversee the exercise to ensure they are conducted in human and orderly manner. Similarly, Honorable Speaker, during such exercises, police officers ensure human rights of both parties are respected and upheld. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Bukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank the chair for the effort he's put. But unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, we've discussed with the chair on the report which is tabled, and there are some inaccuracies in it, which I pointed out to him. One is that at no any other in that document to the police or the cabinet secretary refer to the Environment and Land Court of Kenya, which was Land Court case number 100 of 2018, in which oh, sorry, technology. Yes, huh? In which, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Justice Mwangi Njoroge, who is the judge in Kitale, on 6th September, gave orders that, that applications be served and submissions be served within 40 days, in which the status quo was remained. The same Honorable Speaker orders that were given by Justice Mwangi Njoroge, which were preventing, these were preventing preventing the evictions from being carried on, because the case is in the court and it's live. And therefore, the orders that had been given in 2014 had to be stayed on. So, Honorable Speaker, the other issue which I raised with the Honorable Chair is that it is not true that the Isicherop is a student 2 kilometers away. In fact, from the side of where the school is, which is St. Andrews, it is within Molem Center. And the student was killed because the police were shooting live bullets, and the children were running away. Unfortunately, she was hit by the motorcycle. That's the position. And the motorcycle that hit her is unknown. So what happened is, it is the police that were shooting that caused people to run and scamper in different directions. It is not true, again, Honorable Speaker, that these eviction orders which were given in 2014 were still to be enforced, yet we had the plaintiffs had gotten orders that were staying the order that had been issued in Eldoret. This is a case that is in Kitale Land Environment and Land Court. The orders that they got were in Eldoret. So the two charges have given conflicting reports. And therefore, it would have been proper for the police to look at the two orders that had been given by the church. So they only looked at it from one side and enforced an order that had been given in 2014 and refused to enforce an order that had been given on 6 September 2019. So we feel that that was unfair and it should not have happened that way. And therefore, I think we agreed with the chair that this matter will need further, for him to further consult with the ministry and see what proper actions and proper report to be done, because this report is unsatisfactory.
Except that 6th of October 2019 is this coming Sunday.
No, 6 September, sorry, Honorable Chair. Thank you for the correction. It is 6th September 2019 that Honorable Justice Njoroge gave orders in Kitale Environment and Land Court.
Is that what you have agreed, that you need further consultation?
Yes, Honorable Speaker. Or as a matter of fact, the time the order was issued on the 6th September, I think that is also the time that you requested my committee to prepare for a statement. So that order has superseded what you had already asked us to do. But we work together with him and make sure that we make the situation right.
Very well. Yes, next statement.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Member of Parliament for Laikipia West constituency, Honorable Patrick Mariro, has requested for a statement on increased insecurity in Laikipia West constituency. The Honorable Member informed that in the last 3 months, armed bandits have been terrorizing the residents of Sipili, 18, Lobere, Wangwashe, Kwamwenje, Milimani, and Matwiku areas. This has resulted to migration of residents and closure of schools. The Honorable Member specifically requested to be informed on the following. 1, the government commitment to protect the lives and property of the residents of Laikipia West constituency, especially those who reside in Gedega, El Moran, and Numuruti wards. Second, the mechanism put in place to end this menace, including a possibility of rearming National Police Reservists and PRS in the area. Honorable Speaker, I wish to state as follows. During the last 3 months or so, 4 cases of stock theft were reported in Olmoron, Wangwashe, Lopere, Kamwenje, Matwiku, and Ngaramare areas of Laikipia West. During these incidents, a total of 240 herds of cattle and 4 donkeys and 68 sheep and goats were stolen by suspected armed Pokot tribesmen. However, security personnel deployed in the area have recovered a total of 171 herds of cattle, and efforts to recover the remaining are underway. The families who were affected by raids have been assured of their security and the recovery of the remaining animals. Honorable Speaker, the government is neither aware of any families, persons who have been displaced or migrated, nor any school closed due to the isolated incidents of insecurity. However, to forestall further incidents in the area, formed up units based at Kamwenje, Wangwashe, Mautetu, Laikipia Nature Conservancy, and Lonyek areas have enhanced patrols along the borders of Baringo and Samburu counties. The alleged gap left as a result of withdrawal of NPR firearms has been addressed by deploying officers from Kenya Police Service. Honorable Speaker, following the integration of Administration Police Service officers to Kenya Police Service, adequate security personnel have been deployed to provide security in areas which are prone to cattle rustling. Security barazas have been held frequently to sensitize the locals on the importance of sharing information with security agencies. Community policing initiative has been reactivated in order to partner with police on security missions. Honorable Speaker, in addition, the following measures have been put in place to ensure this menace is eradicated. 1, holding frequent joint security committee meetings with members of the peace committees from the neighboring counties. Second, continue carrying regular joint operations to flush and disarm the cattle rustlers from their hideouts. Third, conducting regular patrols along Baringo and Samburu borders. Fourth, encouraging members of public to provide information regarding movements of criminals, particularly cattle rustlers, within the area. There are no plans to rearm NPRs in the area, as adequate security personnel have been deployed in the area. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mariru? Not present. Very well, you can get the statement. The other statement is, was requested by the member for also Laikipia, Honorable Waruguru, isn't it?
Yes, thank you. I have it ready, Honorable Speaker.
Is she in the chamber? For the convenience of the House, just table the statement. We finish that way.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Laikipia County, Honorable Catherine Waruguru, has requested for a statement on issuance of work permits to foreign nationals. The Honorable Member specifically requested to be informed.
Just table. She's not in the House. Just table the statement. She will come and look for it in the table office.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker,
room
and
number 8.
more guided that when she comes, I'll make sure that she's given the statement accordingly.
She can go and read.
Yes, so she can be able to read, and maybe if you have anything, she can contact me, Honorable Speaker.
Very well.
Honorable Speaker, a disclosure of the number, she wanted to be informed.
No, we don't even need to know. Just table.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker, thank you.
Very well. So that we can, for the convenience of the House, there's some business we need to transact before we become fewer than we are. In fact, I need to. Honourable members, I know there's some 3 requests for statements. No, there are none. Actually, they have been concluded. Let's go to the next one.
Order number 8, the Early Childhood Education Bill, Senate Bill number 26 of 2018. Second reading. Question to be put.
Honourable members, debate on this motion was concluded. The member who is walking. Debate on this motion was concluded yesterday, and what remained was for the question to be put, and having confirmed that the House still quorates, I put the question, which is that the Early Childhood Education Bill, Senate Bill number 26 of 2018, be now read a second time. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order. No, read.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide a framework for the establishment of systems for the administration of early childhood education within a county and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 9, motion, ratification of the agreement for the establishment of the International Anti-Corruption Academy as an international organization.
Honorable Cheptumo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on its consideration of the instrument for ratification of the agreement for the establishment of the International Anti-Corruption Academy as an international organization, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, June 26, 2019, and pursuant to Section 8 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of the agreement for the establishment of the International Anti-Corruption Academy as an international organization. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the agreement for the establishment of the International Anti-Corruption Academy as an international organization was laid on the table of the House by the Leader of Majority Party on October 18, 2018, and thereafter committed to the Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs for consideration and report to the House. Madam Speaker, it is important for me to set out the relevant provisions of Section 8 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2045, number 45 of 2012, under which the committee report was prepared and tabled. And Madam Speaker, I will quote Section 8 of that act. And I read, and I quote, Section 8, subsection 1. Where the Cabinet approves the ratification of a treaty, the Cabinet Secretary shall submit the treaty and a memorandum on the treaty to the Speaker of the National Assembly. Madam Speaker, subsection 3 of the same Act provides as follows again. The relevant parliamentary committee shall, during its consideration of the treaty, ensure public participation in the ratification process in accordance with the laid down parliamentary process. And subsection 4, finally, Madam Speaker, provides that the National Assembly may approve the ratification of a treaty with or without reservations to specific provisions of the treaty. So, Madam Speaker, that is really the relevant sections of that act that enables the House to entertain the ratification or otherwise of that agreement. Madam Speaker, also it is important for me to give the House some background on this agreement because it is important for the House to understand the basis of this agreement. An agreement was signed, Madam Speaker, between the International Criminal Police Organization, that is the Interpol, and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime in Vienna, Austria, on 13th of October 2008 to establish the International Anti-Corruption Academy. The academy, to be located in Luxembourg, Austria, is designed to be a center of excellence in anti-corruption, on education, research, and professional training. It has a two-pronged mission. One, to develop curricula and training tools and to conduct training courses and anti-corruption education. So, Madam Speaker, it is important for this House to understand the basis and the functions of this academy, which is established in Austria, so that it provides training and actually conduct training courses and anti-corruption education. Madam Speaker, you realize corruption is becoming complicated, technical every other time, and there is need to undertake further research on how we should really be able to fight corruption, and therefore this institution is critical in providing nations who are parties to that particular treaty to be able to fight corruption more efficiently in their countries. Thereafter, Kenya became signatory to the conference on 2nd of September 2010, when the then Minister for Justice and National Cohesion and Constitutional Affairs signed the agreement during the International Anti-Corruption Academy high-level founders conference held in Vienna, Austria, and as at 16th of March 2016, the agreement already had 67 parties and 53 signatories. So, Madam Speaker, you realize the reception by the international community, so that by March 2016, we already had 67 parties to that particular body. The cabinet approved Kenya's ratification of accession to the agreement for the establishment of the International Anti-Corruption Academy as an international organization on 6th of April 2017. So, Madam Speaker, it is important for this House to know that our cabinet, the government of the Republic of Kenya, has already approved the ratification of accession to this agreement. That was in April 2017. And during the meeting, the cabinet directed the Attorney General to facilitate the submission of the memoranda to Parliament for approval. And Madam Speaker, that is why today we have this motion to be able to approve the ratification as directed or proposed by the cabinet. The subject matter of the instrument was the establishment of the International Anti-Corruption Academy as an international organization to facilitate the provision of anti-corruption training, as I've said earlier, programs for member states and other interested parties. This would give the academy necessary immunities, privileges, and recognition among state parties and other international organizations. Madam Speaker, allow me to very briefly outline the purpose of the Academy as per Article 11, Sub-Article 1 of the agreement, is to provide effective, efficient prevention and combating of corruption by, 1, providing anti-corruption education and professional training, undertaking and facilitating research into all aspects of corruption, providing all other relevant forms of technical assistance, and fostering international cooperation and networking in the fight against corruption. Madam Speaker, our own institutions in Kenya, which really assist in fighting corruption, have always had a chance to visit other jurisdictions to share experiences and be able to apply those experiences in our country. And so this institution is going to be very useful because then all the stakeholders in various countries, state parties to this agreement, can be able to converge together and be able to share experiences. Unlike now where we have countries visiting other jurisdictions, to find out how they do how to fight corruption. And so this is a body that is going to bring all countries together. And I think it is a very, very important step in the right direction for us as a country to be part and parcel of the global programs. The stakeholders' views and ratification of the treaty were obtained and none raised objections. Among the stakeholders who gave views were Minister of Justice, National Cohesion and Constitutional Affairs, the Ethics and the Corruption Commission, Office of the Director of Prosecutions, Law Reform, the State Law Office, Judiciary, and Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Madam Speaker, public participation, of course, under Article 118 of our Constitution is no longer, optional. We must be able to listen to Kenyans, to institutions on matters of this nature. And I want to say that even as we were able to advertise this, as I will be able to show shortly, there was no single objection by anybody or any institution on this particular establishment of this institution. The ratification of the instrument will not offend any provision or principle to the Constitution of Kenya. It, in fact, promotes Article 10 of national values and principles of good governance and Chapter 6 on leadership and integrity, and facilitate the actualization of integrity provisions provided for under the Constitution and various anti-corruption ethics and integrity laws and laws. The ratification of the agreement will not contravene any policy or law or necessitates the amendment of the existing policies of law. And so, Madam Speaker, none of the provisions of the agreement negates, contravenes any of our written laws. Our Constitution, specifically the supreme law of the land, none of the provisions of the agreement really contravenes. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, as a committee, you would have been able to really not agree to any of those provisions. And so we were satisfied as a committee that none of the provisions under this agreement contravenes our Constitution and any other written law. Madam Speaker, I'm saying so because at Section 8 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 45 of 2012 provides as follows. The National Assembly shall not approve the ratification of a treaty or part of it if the provisions are contrary to Constitution, nor shall the House approve a ratification to a treaty or part of it if that reservation negates any of the provisions of the Constitution, even if the reservation is permitted under the relevant treaty. So, Madam Speaker, we were very careful to ensure that we also comply with Section 9 of that particular act. So I want to report to the House, Madam Speaker, that we were satisfied that none of the provisions of the agreement really contravenes our Constitution. Madam Speaker, the implementation of this agreement is expected to result into the following outcomes. Because, Madam Speaker, we need to ask ourselves, if we approve this agreement, and if we become a party, how is it going to benefit our country? And I just want to mention a few. One, a coordinated and integrated approach to the fight against corruption involving all stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, as we fight corruption, there are many agencies, and we should not have those agencies fighting corruption separately, distinctively, without coordination, because the ultimate aim is to ensure that we really sort out the aspect of corruption in our country. And so this this agreement enables us to have that coordinated and integrated approach in fighting corruption. Number two, research and documentation on all aspects of corruption and how to tackle various situations. Madam Speaker, currently we have two levels of government. We have the national government and we have the county governments. As we speak today, Madam Speaker, we are being told now again corruption has been devolved to the county governments. And so there is need to really do a lot of research and documentation so that we see how we can be able to fight all this. Enough personnel trained to deal with the prevailing menace that is corruption. Number four, it enhanced political support in the fight against corruption. Number five, fostering international cooperation and networking in the fight against corruption. Strengthen legal and international framework in the war against corruption. And finally, intensified and targeted efforts to fight corruption in the devolved system of government, as I've said shortly. Madam Speaker, the agreement implementation reviews shall be carried out at national, county, and institutional levels to account for social, legal, economic, and political dynamics, while an ad hoc reviews on fundamental changes in the legal policy and international framework will also be undertaken periodically. And so, Madam Speaker, again, as I've said earlier, corruption in our institutions of governance even, and the county governments and so on. These are the areas that this agreement is going to enable us, because as we train staff, as we borrow experience from other jurisdictions, it will help us to fight this corruption. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Article 118, Sub-Article 1B of the Constitution of Kenya, the committee, through newspaper advertisement in the local national daily newspapers on 20th of March 2019, invited the public to make representations on the instrument, and no memorandum was received on the same. As I said, Madam Speaker, earlier, we have no option, but we have to involve Kenyans to give their comments. The committee considered the instrument on its sitting of 15th of June 2019, during which the Attorney General of the Republic of Kenya and the Chief Executive of the EACC appeared before the committee and made submissions supporting the approval of the instrument by the House for ratification by the cabinet. Madam Speaker, upon considering the instrument and the submissions by the Attorney General and the CEO of EACC, the committee made the following observations. That, one, presently, and I think this is very important, Madam Speaker, there is only one institution that trains personnel from various institutions to deal with corruption. The government of Kenya, through the Ministry of Education, established the National Anti-Corruption Academy for training employees of organizations dealing with ethics and integrity. The establishment of the institution was necessitated by the fact that previously there was no such institution in the country, and employees had to be trained out of the country, which was very costly. And so, Madam Speaker, at least now we have a body or an institution that is the National Anti-Corruption Academy that is training our citizens. Number two, the ratification of the instrument will not offend the Constitution of Kenya. It, in fact, promotes Article 10 on national values and principles of good governance, and Chapter 6 on leadership and integrity. Number three, Madam Speaker, we observed that the current fight against corruption has been hampered by lack of coordination of all agencies involved in the fight against corruption. And number five, the ratification of the agreement and establishment of this body as an international organization will impact positively on the fight against corruption. So, Madam Speaker, the committee is thankful to the Office of the Speaker and the Clerk of the National Assembly for the support accorded to it during sittings. The committee wishes to thank all the stakeholders for their participation in the approval process. And finally, Madam Speaker, I wish to express my appreciation to honorable members of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee for their useful contribution during committee proceedings in fulfillment of the committee's mandate, and Secretariat for exemplary performance in providing technical and logistical support in the committee. Madam Speaker, with those remarks, therefore, Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on its consideration of the instrument for ratification of the agreement for the establishment of the International Anti-Corruption Academy as an international organization laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, June 2019, and pursuant to Section 8 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012 approves the ratification of the agreement for the establishment of the International Anti-Corruption Academy as an international organization. Madam Speaker, it will benefit the country, and I want to request the members that let us support this particular motion. It's going to help our country to fight corruption. And I would like to request, Madam Speaker, Honorable George Murugara, who is also a member of our committee, to second. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. The Honorable Member John to second the report of the committee.
Thank you. Thank you.
Murugara Kitonga.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Tharaka.
Member for Tharaka, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I rise to second this very important motion that is very timely and has come to us in the furtherance of the war that we have against corruption. I do associate myself with the able remarks by the mover of the motion, the chairman of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. He has ably expounded on what exactly this treaty is all about and what we as the House of Parliament in Kenya is seeking to do regarding an international agreement which we have ratified. It is important to note that once we ratify these agreements and treaties, They are supposed to be domesticated so that they become laws of the country, which laws are enforceable here. And such an academy, which is actually being recognized as an international organization, is a very important entity. This will enable this organization to receive all the privileges, immunities, and that which appertains to other international bodies which are given this recognition. And we wish to extend this to Kenya so that we also as a nation and as a people who are quite desirous in fighting corruption can actually benefit from this treaty and this organization. First and foremost, it is important to emphasize that there was public participation and Kenyans were actually agreeable to the ratification of this treaty, and therefore what we are doing is actually with the consent of the people of Kenya pursuant to Article 118 of the Constitution. Madam Speaker, this morning we had a very interesting debate on an amendment to the Economic Crimes Act, anti-corruption laws, and while we all agreed that it is vitally important that we as a house does assist the executive of the country in combating and fighting corruption, we were at a loss as to whether it's the laws that are inadequate or it is the penalties that are meted out. And I do not think we were able to come to an agreement with this until finally a vote is taken. But in my own view, the country has sufficient laws to fight corruption. We do not think that it's penalties that are lesser. In fact, I think the penalties that we have are sufficient. However, what we lack is the culture on combating corruption. And such an organization, which will have its seat in Luxembourg, is one institution that may assist our country in coming to terms with exactly what we should do as far as fighting corruption is concerned. Because we now have a National Anti-Corruption Academy, or an institution similar to that. But how much of it is it doing? Are we also supposed to are we also supposed to devolve an academy such as this one so that we move to the counties, so that in each county we are able to establish an organization similar to this, so that it can cultivate and inculcate into the people of that particular county the vices that go with corruption. Therefore, we have a lot to learn from this international organization, and as enunciated in the speech by the chairman, there are various advantages to this. One, we will learn from it so that we as a country are able to benchmark with what is taught in that international organization and make use of it here in Kenya. Number two, we will be able to get training, professional training from them, so that as we talk about anti-corruption crusade in the country, we know exactly what they do in other countries and why some countries have been able to succeed 100% against corruption, while others, including our own, we are still reeling in the effects of corruption, which really are not pleasant. We will join the international community in undertaking research and other aspects of corruption. We will also, as stated, provide the other relevant forms and technical assistance, and eventually we will be able to foster international cooperation and networking in the fight against corruption. This is exactly what our country needs. This is exactly what our country should invest in, so that as today we debate in this house whether to enhance penalties regarding economic crimes or what are known as corruption crimes. Is that really the problem we have? Or is it that we now even have to go to schools so that we can educate our children from their tender age that corruption is a vice, corruption should not be tolerated, and that in fact it does it into the society more than an ordinary malaise would actually do. So, Madam Speaker, as I move to support this particular bill, as I move to second this particular bill, I do urge the House to look into...
Is it a bill?
Sorry, a motion. A motion. As I move to second this motion, I do urge the House to move into the nitty-gritty of this particular treaty, which in my view and in which view I share with the House, it's a very important treaty and we should domesticate it so that we are able to learn from this international organization. With those remarks, Madam Speaker, I beg to second.
You beg to second. Very well. I allow you to resume your seat. Hello, member. The members who are standing will work with. You just don't rush looking for it. You just sit where the seat that is. This is a free sitting parliament house. Very well. Members, I propose a question in which is that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on its consideration of the instrument for ratification of the agreements for the establishment of the International Anti-Corruption Academy as an international organization laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, June 26, 2019. And pursuant to Section 8 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of the agreements for the establishment of the International Anti-Corruption Academy as an international organization. Let me have the first to contribute to the motion. The member Oduola Odhiambo in the House nominated.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for opportunity to speak on this motion. Mr. Speaker, on the outset, I would like to thank the committee and say that indeed, looking at the motion and putting it in context, we can agree that if we were to look at the benefits of this International Anti-Corruption Academy, we can list: one, improved coordination; two, that there will be a sharing that will bring all the different nations and different groups together; and three, that we will indeed find that we can make a difference to the existing National Anti-Corruption Academy. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I beg your pardon, as I support the motion, I, however, want to say that I do so with reservations, because, Madam Speaker, one of my greatest concerns, and I've looked at the report and indeed taken into account, that a key ground for the committee in terms of what we were presented in the House for consideration is that the Cabinet approved it. Madam Speaker, looking through and recognizing that we do have only one institution, the National Anti-Corruption Academy, that was set up through the Ministry of Education, and in the report, the only information, Madam Speaker, that we get is that it was established, and it would seem the reason why it was established was that there was no other such institution. But, Madam Speaker, we do not see, despite the clear recognition that corruption is indeed a key problem, it is not presenting us, for example, with the kind of curriculum that we have existing to date in this particular institutional institution that works with anti-corruption. It is not clear whether indeed we have had any graduates or if we have had a way of getting employees from different sectors coming and what the benefits were. And therefore, Madam Speaker, as we look at this, it begs the issue that even if we were to consider that getting into the International Anti-Corruption Academy will provide Kenya with an opportunity to share and to come up with best practices, I am not clear what exactly we are going to be taking from Kenya, Madam Speaker, because this does not seem to have come through. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I am concerned because as I look at the program, Madam Speaker, had a chance to look a little bit at the curriculum of the International Anti-Corruption Academy module. I see that the module is indeed very, very useful in the sense that if we look at the module, we'll see that the module takes into issues that are pertinent, such as causes and motivations of corruption practices. But most importantly, Madam Speaker, there is a module that looks at specifics of culture and values and looks in particular at the way in which we need to look at the major compliance risks. Madam Speaker, it is clearly indicated that the key risks range from gifts to hospitality to procurement to conflicts of interest. When I consider, Madam Speaker, the kind of menace and indeed cancer of corruption that we have, we can see that there is a second name, that if you mention corruption, you're going to see that you are going to find procurement. If you mention corruption, you're going to find donations, gifts, including, Madam Speaker, even in institutions that are seen to be of moral backing, like the religious institutions like churches. And therefore, Madam Speaker, as I look at this motion, I am the view that the benefits that the committee is telling us we will get from it would require that from the perspective of the committee, we do get a lot more grounding, a lot better understanding of the particular contextual challenges surrounding corruption in Kenya. Madam Speaker, the module that is in the academy seeks to ensure that our students, if they were to go from Kenya to join the other students from their globe, would need themselves to not only bring experiences from Kenya, but would indeed be expected to be those who would provide interactive engagements and would be those that would be seen to have thought through how it is that they would deal with the different institutions, and particularly to be in a position to know what to do when things go wrong. In other words, when we will talk about corruption, when we will introduce institutions such as the National Anti-Corruption Academy that we have for training employees, when we indeed cite, Madam Speaker, with a lot of pride, that Article 10 on the national values and principles of good governance in the Constitution is pertinent, but we only, Madam Speaker, seem to cite it by saying that it is not in contravention. But we do not, in a way, come up to indicate that even the manner in which Chapter 6 on leadership and integrity does not seem to be something that is considered critical when we are dealing with the sectors of different levels, including government levels, then, Madam Speaker, we do feel that it doesn't allow us a really very serious room. And therefore, Madam Speaker, as I support the motion and conclude, I just want to also agree, because I noticed the chair and the seconder indicated that there would be a lot of lessons learned. And I wanted, Madam Speaker, just by conclusion to highlight that I recently had opportunity to visit China, and I did this under the banner of Parliamentarians Against Corruption. And there were key lessons that were learned, Madam Speaker, which I hope that as we look at this motion and as we in the National Assembly see that it is going to be of benefit indeed in addressing this very important issue, would recognize that part of what enables programs that address issues of corruption to be handled would not just be limited to education and to students doing research and indeed to sharing different experiences and practices. But, Madam Speaker, a very, very important issue is to look at the economic factors and look at the context and in particular the political arrangements. And therefore, Madam Speaker, as I conclude, I'd like to indeed say that in China, a key lesson that seemed to help was the commitment of the peoples of China, but most importantly, the manner in which the Communist Party of China was the driving paramount framework of anti-corruption activities. And so as I support, Madam Speaker, I'd like to urge that we see that corruption is not something we are only going to solve through education in the classroom, but we need to get out to the political arena. And I certainly would want to see a key stakeholder, the political parties, coming in, Madam Speaker, because if we do not, in a way, get the political parties to themselves not only own the commitments that we have in Chapter 6 and to be on the driving seat, then, Madam Speaker, I really think we are not going to go very far with this. And therefore, Madam Speaker, thank you. I support, but once again, I repeat with reservations. Thank you.
Very well. Including the reservations, you know the procedure to do. May I have the member for Wajir South, Honorable Mohammed Sheikh.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Look, I am quite happy to contribute to this motion, the motion on International Anti-Corruption Academy, which is a very important motion that really draws its strength and efforts on the issues to do with the corruption that is quite rampant in many parts of the world, but in particular in Kenya. I am sure that the drawers of this motion have considered and examined that there is a need for future generation, for the future leaders of this country, and for many other parts of the world that are going to come and benchmark on our academy, this international academy, that they see that there is a value to train, to inculcate knowledge and experience in those that are going to be handling issues to do with anti-corruption. Madam Speaker, the Anti-Corruption Commission Act of 2011 and the Integrity and Anti-Corruption, the Integrity and Leadership Act of 2012 clearly spells the need for particularly understanding institutions that anti-corruption is a strength that this country's legislation or this country's legislation really pulls into. What that means particularly is that anti-corruption is something that we are all ready to stand up for. And institutions, international institutions that are established, and academies that are established will ensure that that people understand and actually get trained onto this. Look, anti-corruption is something that's always in the ears and the minds of many of Kenyans. But the reality is that how that can be stopped and that can be handled is another. For sure, we must have a starting point. And one of the starting points is to have an institution or an academy that can really ensure that that people can be trained how to handle this scourging matter. It will also contribute to our international relations. What that means is that the international world or the community in the other parts of the world will realize that Kenya is a serious country that is ready to institute the legal measures that will avoid anti-corruption. In the international world, they have established institutions that can understand the best way to be able to train their personnel, to be able to train people who can be able to go against matters that will be against the country's legislations. Now, this institution is critical and will be transferring knowledge to the future generation as well. So I want to support this motion. Kenya will have a name on this. Kenya will be seen as a country that is improving for the better. And Kenya's flag will be flying higher in the international phase. And therefore, I do support this motion without adding much more. I want to say that this is a very important motion that is going to contribute to our country, and I do stand to support. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Very well, the member for Wajir South. And now give the floor to the member for Funyula, the Honorable Oundo Ojiambo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, to give me this opportunity. Sorry, because of scarcity of printing material, I have to share with my colleague and neighbor.
Scarcity of print material. Honorable Member for Oundo Ojiambo, member for Funyula. You know, the parliament, we went digital. And we were all trained, so you can find it in your...
Sorry, Honorable Speaker, technology found me, so I've been struggling to master, but I'm trying.
However, you are still free to use.
Yes, I'm trying. I'll manage in due course. Honorable Speaker, I think the laying of this particular motion on the floor of the House is most timely. It's timely in the sense that this is the time that as a country we seem to have awakened and realized that corruption is a serious cancer, that unless we tackle corruption, we will take this country into...
Honorable Member for Funyula, before we continue, I have an intervention from the member of OK. Nyando. Honorable Okello.
Madam Speaker, yes. I'm actually intending to contribute after him. So that was just a way to catch your attention. And it has worked. So I thank you. So give me,
don't do that.
Give me an opportunity.
You are out of order. We don't do that.
I have to catch your attention, Madam Speaker. I've been here for a decade. I haven't spoken.
Yes, but you do the right thing.
Can I then continue so he can follow me?
Order. You're actually out of order. Because when you go to intervention, is that something is out of order, you want some information, and at least from that point, the speaker is at liberty just to find out. But now if you want to continue like the other members, I can tell you are not even very, but let me not... Yes. Good to hear. Yes, but please, I have seen you. Okay. You've caught my eye also. The member to continue, member for Funyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I hope you'll note that I have been interrupted. Honorable Speaker, as I was stating, that the laying of this particular motion on this floor of the House is timely, in the sense that as a country, we have to come to realization that cancer is, corruption is destroying this country. Honorable Speaker, indeed, and many of us agree, that the issue of corruption is not indeed probably a matter to be tackled by way of harsh punishment. It's a matter of values, it's a matter of principle, it's a matter of training. It's indeed a matter of upbringing, it's a matter of training, and that's where essentially we must train our efforts towards that particular aspect. Honorable Speaker, I think it is important from the onset to train our small children, to train all those of us who are teachers who teach young boys and girls, that you can still make it in life without seeking to use corrupt means. Honorable Speaker, as much as enhanced punishment there could be, as much as harsh laws we could have, as much as high sanctions we might impose on people who are caught committing acts of corruption, unless we address the core root of corruption in this country, we will not move anywhere. And that's why any form of a training institute, a training academy that can drill the workers of this country, can drill the citizens of this country at large on the perils of corruption, on the importance of earning a honest pay, is a welcome process. We sincerely hope that this particular international academy will partner with the institution that is established under the Ministry of Education to try as much as possible to inculcate in our workers, our public officers, our citizenry, on the need to avoid acts of corruption. Honorable Speaker, data prevailing in the country, whether reliable or not, indicate that probably almost a quarter, tending towards 30% of all the annual budget, be it development, be it recurrent, is lost through corruption. That's a colossal sum of money that could have been used to take this country forward. Honorable Speaker, it is even said that many of our jobless youths, many of our graduates, many of our men and women who are jobless because of acts that border on corruption, are jobless or they lack any sense of employment or of income generation because they have been denied an opportunity simply because they were not ready or they have no capacity to get involved in corruption. Nepotism, favorism, giving people undue position they do not deserve is all corruption, Honorable Speaker. It's therefore important that as in this country, we must literally look at chapter 6, that is integrity and leadership and integrity. We must look at that particular act that normally states what are the requirements of leadership, the requirements of public office, to see whether we can strengthen those particular legislation, policies and regulations to make it, to deter any opportunities to commit corruption. I hope this institute, in collaboration with the current institute, will mainstream the discussion and training on the issue of Public Procurement Asset Disposal Act, so that all members of public, all members who work in the public sector, be it national government or county government, are in a position to studiously follow the provisions of that act to avoid cases where we bend the rules and laws in order to benefit any particular group of people. Honorable Speaker, it is a shame that in this country, as we say, normally corruption starts at the budgeting level. We hide corruption in our budget, be it recurrent or capital expenditure. It's therefore important, those of us who sit in various committees, we must take all efforts to scrutinize every single entry into those budgets to smoke out any tendencies to conceal corrupt practices through the budget-making process. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, I'm encouraged that the Liaison Committee and the House leadership has developed or is about to develop a framework that allows committees to generally scrutinize on quarterly basis the performance of the various ministries and state agencies. We hope this is not just hot air, is not PR talk that will come to fruition, so that we can, as committee members, receive those quarterly reports and evaluate performance, be it financial, administrative, or managerial, to try and flag out any aspects of corruption. As much as we are going to fight corruption at the national level, it is also a call to the county assemblies, it's a call to the Senate, that we shouldn't wait to become morticians, as we have always said, but we must really be like doctors who diagnose any signs of sickness or illness on a patient, so that we address those issues good enough. It is important that the Senate knows its role in a fight against corruption, so that it focuses on that particular area and avoid looking for supremacy battles with the National Assembly on matter, and yet there is massive looting at the county levels to the extent that literally most of the counties have no development record to show, yet they have gobbled lots of billions since devolution came into practice. Honorable Speaker, I come from a county called Busia County, where the other day a mysterious fire targeted the revenue office where records are and burnt all the records relating to contracts, relating to payment vouchers. This is how far corruption cartels have gone. We hope this training institute and academy will help us address these challenges. With those few remarks, I support the motion.
You support the motion. Members, the floor goes to the member for Kisumu County, Honorable Buyu Akinyi. Rosa Mbuyu Akinyi, who was here earlier than the member for Nyando.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, kindly let the member of Nyando know that when I stand to speak, I speak as a member of parliament for his county, and Nyando sub-county is part of Kisumu County, so he should just be calm and I'm speaking for him actually.
You cannot, Honorable Mbui, you cannot speak for him.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me this
but
opportunity.
we appreciate that his sub-county or his constituency is in Kisumu County.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak about anti-corruption. We all know what effect corruption has had in our economy, and we know what effect corruption has had on the lives of Kenyans. And we know the sort of effort that the government and the people of Kenya are putting towards fighting corruption. Indeed, when you talk about handshake, the first thing you think of is fight against corruption. And so when I stand to talk about anti-corruption, I'm happy that the President and the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, through their handshake, actually put out and lay emphasis on the fight of against corruption. Madam Speaker, we know that Kenya is not an island, and Kenya is one of the countries in the world. And by Kenya participating, or by Kenya agreeing to establish the International Anti-Corruption Academy, Kenya would be playing its role as one of the countries in the world, and actually joining hands in the efforts to fight this vice that is prevalent in all the countries of the world, especially Africa. Madam Speaker, through this Anti-Corruption International Academy on Anti-Corruption, Madam Speaker, we will have Kenyans, more Kenyans being professionally trained to be on the lookout for corrupt dealings. Right now in the country, when you talk about corruption or fight against corruption, apart from thinking of the two principles, the only other two people we think are supposed to fight corruption is the DCI and the DPP. But now with this academy, we'll have more professionals trained in this fight. And I dare say that this will act, even if it's to a very small degree, act as a deterrent measure to Kenyans. Why? Because they will not hide from just two eyes. There will be more eyes to hide from. So, Madam Speaker, I support this. And I'd also like to say, Madam Speaker, that as we talk about anti-corruption academy, Madam Speaker, we are looking at improving the lives of so many people who've been affected by all the effects of corrupt dealings. The former speaker, or the speaker who just sat down, Madam Speaker, has actually elaborated on how Kenyans have suffered from corrupt dealings. And I'd like to say that it's not only Busia County that has had the effects of corrupt dealings where financial papers or financial documents have been brought down or have been burnt so that we try to evade, or so that we try to enhance the corrupt dealings of those counties. Many more counties have had such effects, and Madam Speaker, I stand again to say that I support Kenya's participation in the International Academy Against Anti-Corruption. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Dhiwa, Honorable Martin Owino.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to add my voice to this. I support it, but I want to say also, Honorable Speaker, that theory does very little in prevention of corruption in this country. I wish we could go back to the basis when we were growing. I had the opportunity to see one of the villagers who stole a chicken, and the hands were lit on fire. As kids, we could not even envisage or think of stealing. What I'm trying to say, Madam Speaker, is that if we could go back to our culture, values, commitments, things that used to bind our communities together to sustain morality in the society. Those are the things we have lost. And not mincing words, Madam Speaker, those who are stealing in our country today are very educated. They pass integrity tests, and they are well placed. And they go free whenever they do these things with big cars. So this academy to those kind of segment of population will do very little. I was just trying to go through what the academy is all about, and I just found that they take students from post-Form 4, which is already formed up kind of opinion. But I wish it could go down to what we saw in China, said by Dr. Adhiambo here. The children are mentored from younger age so that they can grow to know values. So if we were to bring down this academy to the level that it should be effective, then I would say these academies should be cascaded to the constituency levels so that you get these kids to this academy, influence them, mentor them, and insert some good values. This is how we are going to eradicate corruption in this country. It's not an overnight game. It might take a generation in order to get it right. But we should not shy on doing that. So, Madam Speaker, I'm saying that the motion is okay because they are going to develop curriculum. They're also going to develop training materials, which is okay. And also they are going to conduct training. This is very relevant, especially when it comes to stealing through technology. And if one of them, because sometimes we still have old folks who do not know the internet well, and they approve things they don't understand, and then those who are elite in these areas get advantage. But I wish we could do more to prevent wastages, because corruption is not only bribes, but it's also other ways of wasting resources. Relevant tools is okay, but I wish we could also reward. There's something which we are missing, even though we are preparing for this to train, equip, and all that. But we are losing the concept of rewarding people who are doing good, who are honest at their job. I think that concept should also be enhanced. Lastly, Madam Speaker, what I want to say is if we could, we ratify this, that's fine, but if we could also tweak it into our own culture. Because what they are going to develop, those training materials and all, these are global standard. But for us to catch a thief, you need to employ another thief. So what I'm saying is that we should also have our own tailored kind of materials, training methodologies to deal with the Kenyans. Kenyans are very unique. We can have all these international developed materials and just put them in the shelves and still behave as if we don't know, and yet we know. So we must domesticate whatever we'll be doing. But I want to thank the committee. I think remain committed. We are wasting a lot of resources through malpractices, and many people are suffering because of that. Also, let me add the budgeting process. I think this was also alluded to by Dr. Oundo. Most of the theft, I think we don't stand very clean as a house in vetting the budget line item by line item, because most of the government theft come through here. We approve them, but maybe we don't look at them critically. So the budget making process is also an area that needs capacity building. Thank you. With those, I support.
You support. The Honorable Ole Sankok David, Elias 001.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I do support the work of this committee, Honorable Speaker. And to speak the truth, they have done a deserving, well thought out job, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when the new constitution came into play, we thought we had devolved resources to the common mwananchi, Honorable Speaker. Little did we know that we have actually devolved corruption, Honorable Speaker. We have decentralized corruption, and we have created sharks and big lions and tigers with a very huge appetite for public funds, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, our corruption level is beyond any human thinking, Honorable Speaker, because in counties, for instance, apart from creating the 47 demigods who feel that they are their excellencies and that they need chase car and they need entertainment allowances, they need all the allowances under the sun, real or imagined, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, through their hunger for power, they have embezzled a lot of funds, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, those of us who come from regions where we have sand harvesting and building stone harvesting, Honorable Speaker, are aware that there are parallel receipts that are genuine, that is 10%, that will be declared as a collected revenue, and receipts that are manufactured in River Road and look just like those ones of county government and are issued to the owners of lorries and drivers of lorries and sand harvesters and building stone harvesters, Honorable Speaker, or transporters of our farm produce, Honorable Speaker, and this money end up in the pockets of a few who we have created through devolution, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, so this particular law have come at the right time so that we can try to tailor-made, because each country have their own unique challenges, Honorable Speaker. Ours is more of a culture that we have built from childhood, that we have built from nursery schools, Honorable Speaker, a culture where you send a child to buy for you sugar, but you have to have 5 shillings, 5 bob for that particular child to be bribed to be able to buy a sweet or biscuit, Honorable Speaker. This culture have entered into our veins, Honorable Speaker, and to remove it require not only education, but it require even religious intervention, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, that is why some of us from the Tanga wing support donation of money into churches.
From where?
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
There is a point of order from the member for Funyula.
Honorable Speaker, to the best of my knowledge, and I would like my colleague to clarify, we only have various political parties in this house. That's Jubilee, ODM, and those other small ones. Is the member in order to introduce another party that does not appear on the official records of Parliament?
Did he say that it was a party?
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable, he did say that it was a party. Honorable Sankok, the member wants to know what it is that you, maybe you can just explain.
Honorable Speaker, I did not speak about parties. In any case, there is only the ruling party, which is Jubilee, and the opposition party, which is ANC, and another amorphous political NGO called
Honorable Sankok.
Yes.
Honorable Sankok, it's good to listen.
Yes, yes.
You cannot just be the one to speak. When they speak, and from where I am, it's good always to listen.
Yes, yes.
It's a member who rose on intervention. If I were you, I would just clarify in the best way you understand.
Okay.
Of course, I know you didn't say it's a political party. Just make a...
Thank
Because you are free to contribute and say anything in the Parliament, of course.
Yes.
But if a member seeks clarification, pronounce yourself, maybe.
Honorable Speaker, Tanga movement is a movement that I am in, and we support donation to the churches. Even if you carry money using sacks, those of you whose faith limit you to carry in paper bag, the church cannot refuse. Just come with the money, even if it is in wallets, it will be accepted. Honorable Speaker, I come back. I've just elaborated what is Tanga.
No, that is enough for the honorable member, unless it's that we just want to know clarification of what it was.
So the fight against corruption can be won, if then we pass the relevant laws and make sure that all of us are genuinely ready to
Appoint
fight
an
against corruption.
Intervention, Honorable Milemba Ombo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
What is out of order, members?
Is it in order, really?
It's important, and please, in future,
When
you'll have to
we-
quote the standing order.
Thank
Yes, Honorable Ombo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Is it truly in order that we are discussing corruption, a very delicate and a sensitive issue to Kenyans? But when you look at the Honorable Sangok, he's actually playing with it and doing jokes and simulations about it as he talks about Tanga and so on and so forth. Is it really in order that that's the perspective that Parliament should have and the image to the country when we are dealing with corruption?
It was, I want to protect the member who was responding to the intervention to the member, but of course he didn't explain what he said was a Tanga. From where I sit, I may not be able to tell whether he's playing or, but remember, if he's using that for his debate and it is adding value to his debate, very well. And as you have a point of information from the Honorable Odual Adhiambo, Honorable order. We must follow procedure. He wants to inform. You want on a point of information? No, you just pronounce yourself. I just overheard you.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I'd like to inform.
Give her the mic. It's a house of record. Yes.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, I'd like to inform the Honorable 001 with his
The
concurrence, of
Honorables
course.
To inform you on point of order on information. Honorable Sankok, would you want to be informed by the Honorable member?
Honorable Speaker, she's a professor, full of knowledge. I will really accept her
Information.
information.
Thank you. Very well, Honorable Professor, as he addresses you.
Thank you, Honorable
inform
Speaker.
him?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Sankok. Madam Speaker, I wanted to inform the Honorable 001 that indeed donations is highlighted as a key enabler of corruption. And Honorable Speaker, if the Honorable Sankok were to care to check the modules of the International Anti-Corruption Academy, he will find that the major risks, as Honorable Speaker had indicated earlier, is donations. So I just want to inform him that it might not work in his interest to pronounce himself with Tanga in this House on donations, especially on anti-corruption issues. Thank
Very
you.
well, Honorable Sankoko, you are informed by the Honorable Dual Adhiambo.
Thank you very much for the information, Honorable Speaker, and that is why we are debating in Parliament, because we have to see the cons and the pros of such an instrument, so that we accept others and we reject others.
Just carry on now. Now that you've been informed, just carry on with the debate.
Yes, we, in the fight against corruption, we need both interventions, either through enactment of laws and domestication of this international instrument, as well as religious support, so that they can pray for our country, so that this culture of corruption can be fought from the early stages. As I have told you, it is parents who begin this culture of corruption by bribing their own children when they are sending them to bring sugar. If you beat a child today, if you cane your child, if they cry, you have to bribe so that they can keep quiet. This culture need also the...
Your time is over. Let me have the Honorable Member for Kabondo, Kaspul. Honorable, there is this member for Ndiwa. You're shouting. You thank Honorable Sankok.
Thank you.
And the honor is every time you address another member, please pass to the speaker.
Thank you very much.
As much as I could hear you shout, thank you. The member for Kabondo Kaspul, it's your floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I too stand to support the motion from the Committee of Legal and Justice. Is it Justice and Legal? Madam Speaker, first and foremost, I did look up what this International Academy for Anti-Corruption does, and I found that it set up to facilitate anti-corruption education training for professionals and practitioners from all sectors. I have just learned a few things from our good professor, directed to 001, and I too had a few lessons to learn today when one act of kindness can also be misconstrued to mean that you have changed your profession. Madam Speaker, the question that we need to ask ourselves is what would this cooperation or subscribing and eventually signing up for this academy, what are the cooperation opportunities in relation to the education programs and activities that this academy would offer? What are the opportunities and to our country? I actually did read it up and I picked up a few. There's somebody making a noise behind me, Madam Speaker. I think you need to stop them. There's somebody making a lot of noise.
Honorable
There's somebody making a lot of noise behind me and I am...
Yes, allow me. Order. Honorable Mashetani, and I'm sure Honorable Member for Undai. You are out of order. Please consult in law tones. We must listen and hear what Honorable Obara Kini is debating. With that, there is a point of order from Honorable Millie of Yambo. Honorable.
Thank you, Madam.
You resume your seat when the other member is contributing. Yes, Honorable Millie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's Honorable Obara in order to suggest that members are making noise. Members don't make noise. They consult loudly. So, Madam Speaker, even as you direct, maybe you direct that the members may consult in lower tones, but members don't generally make noise.
Very well, Honorable Millie Odhiambo, if you listen to the Speaker, who is myself, I did order that the two members consult in low tones. That's the ruling that I did, and of course, I'm sure you didn't hear, but you rightly, I'm sure she's advised on the parliament.
Thank you very much, Honorable Millie. They were certainly consulting, but rather loudly that it sounded more like noise. Madam Speaker, I did say that I did check on the academy and I found that they provide research and platforms for dialogue and networking, and that it also provides for continuous sharing of experience and best practices. After graduating from this academy, it is expected that the graduates would be ambassadors across the globe, and they will become a growing group of anti-corruption ambassadors. Madam Speaker, we are in Kenya. Unfortunately, for the last 6 months, what we have witnessed in this country is very, very sad indeed on the corruption issues that have been unearthed. In fact, there has never been in this country those kind of reports from inception, if I can remember. And some of us have been around long enough to know that. Madam Speaker, I want to say from onset that the problem in this country is more of an attitude. And we need to go back to our culture and value systems where we did not, nobody was taken to an academy then to be able to know what was right or wrong or the do's and the don't. But because we have found ourselves at this point where it does not matter anymore, where everybody is looking for a shortcut to richness, where richness from corrupt deals in this country is glorified to the extent that our children think that there is a shortcut to riches and hard work does not pay anymore. So I want to support and also say that it is coming at the right time. And we hope that once it is established, that some of the vices that we have seen or gone through will actually reduce, and we will go back as a country to where, because I'm saying, and I'm saying it with a lot of confidence, that this is not where we were before, that the country has moved to a point where it is strange to almost everybody, that we will go back to the point where we used to be where everybody valued our culture of not stealing, of not taking what does not belong to you, etc. Madam Speaker, I also want to say that from the report, it is a very good idea that this academy is devolved down to the county, because for the last 5 years or so, what we have read or seen in the county again is most disappointing, that corruption has also been devolved to the counties. And I would also wish, as my fellow colleagues have said, that this too be devolved down to the sub-counties. I once again thank the committee for a job well done, and I look forward to the day when we will start rolling out, or the first ambassadors of this academy will start rolling out and be part of the growing alumni of the academy and set out some of the best practices that we've seen in several other countries internationally. Thank you very much. I support.
Your support. Very well, honorable members, pursuant to the directive that were given by the substance speaker, that today, Wednesday, the October 2nd, at 5 p.m., we'll have adjournment motion to discuss a motion on definite matter of urgent national importance. We will put a closure to the debate of this motion, that is motion on ratification of the agreement for the establishment of the International Anti-Corruption Academy as an international organization. And members, that we will have a balance of 1 hour and 45 minutes to the same motion. Order. Honorable Bok, you heard me, I don't want to use the word. You are consulting, but what you're doing is it noise? So you are consulting loudly, yeah, you and the member. So we have the adjourned motion by the Honorable Mishi. Honorable Mishi Bok, Mishi Mboko, not Obok. And maybe I give a direction to this motion, or just it's pursuant to our standing order number 33, that every member speaking to the motion, we will have 5 minutes. But the mover, who is Honorable Mishi Mboko, has 10 minutes in moving. Yes, Honorable Mishi, you can move your motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to standing order number 33-1, I seek to move this adjournment motion of the House for the purposes of discussing the recent Likoni Ferry tragedy, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in moving my motion, I wish to bring to your attention the fact that Kenya Ferry Services currently ferries over 300,000 pedestrians and more than 6,000 vehicles daily across the channel. Using this channel are not only the residents of Mombasa County, but Kwale County, tourists and transboundary passengers to and from Tanzania. Mombasa, being a cosmopolitan city, county also hosts visitors from multiple counties and countries, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, following the tragedy that happened the other day, the bodies of Mrs. Kigenda and the daughter Amanda are yet to be retrieved, Madam Speaker. I have had a report that the operations are now ongoing to retrieve the bodies and the vehicle, which is lying 60 meters deep in the channel, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speakers, the challenges which we are being told that why we have not retrieved the body up to today is because there is lack of inadequate oxygen, and that the Kenya Ferry Services are in consultation with the Kenya Navy officers to ensure that they do that operation and retrieve the bodies of the deceased. Madam Speaker, let me talk on some issues which need to be looked at, one being the ramps. The ferry's ramps are wrecked, and the chains used to block vehicles from rolling back are no longer there, Madam Speaker. I have personally witnessed ramps partially submerged into the water as we cross the channel, and these have remained unrepaired. What we see are sisal ropes being used to block ferries from rolling back, to block vehicles from rolling back. This poses a big danger for the users of the ferry. Madam Speaker, the Kenya Ferry Services has been running these services for decades, and it defects all logic when we are told that there is little provision for rescue measures. How can the Ministry of Transport and Communication oversee such a delicate service without equipping Kenya Ferry Services with a multiple-purpose rescue tugboat? No marine ambulance for 24-hour rescue, no divers. Does Kenya Ferry Services not receive budgetary support from the Ministry of this parliament? We need to do something. Another question we may ask ourselves, where are the coast guards? How can there be speedboats at hand with emergency services at the channel? You remember just the other day, His Excellency the President did launch the Kenya Coast Guard. And one cardinal function of the Kenya Coast Guard is to do public safety for the people crossing the ferry channel, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, 25 years ago, we witnessed the Mtongwe ferry disaster where 272 men and women perished along the Kilindini Channel. That was MV Mtongwe. For the Mombasa Island, capsized just 40 meters from the mainland pontoon, killing 272 of 400 people on board. Following this disaster, it was reported that the capacity for the ferry boat was only 300. Madam Speaker, up to date, there are some families of those who perished in this Mtongwe tragedy have not been compensated, Madam Speaker. In October 2012, Madam Speaker, I just want to inform the members on few incidences which have happened at the Likoni Channel. In October 2012, a heavy truck loaded with oil products crashed in the ocean, while in February 2013, some people died and several others seriously injured after a lorry lost control and rammed into the passengers boarding a ferry at the Likoni mainland crossing channel. Madam Speaker, last year, 2018, a Probox car carrying one passenger who was an employee of Kenya Port Authority as an accountant also slid to the sea, and it was unfortunately that he was not rescued and he died. Madam Speaker, the question we need to ask ourselves, let us ask ourselves whether we have learned from our past mistakes and if there are proper mitigation measures set up going forward. Are our ferries in good conditions to transport people and goods? Are they regularly serviced? Is overloading a thing of the past, or does it still reoccur? They are pertinent questions that must be addressed, Madam Speaker, on this issue of the ferry. Madam Speaker, time is now ripe for the establishment of a domestic ship safety code in the country. The domestic ship safety code should be developed immediately and approved by the Kenya Maritime Authority if we are to have safer ferries, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Kenya Ferry Services must be run by sea-time experienced and efficient maritime maintenance experts and operators to avoid the frequent midstream stalling we keep experiencing. Apart from that, there is need to review the structure and operation of the company with the view of ensuring that it has the capacity to enforce the necessary safety standard set by International Maritime Organization. Madam Speaker, Kenya Ferry Services, as it is constituted today, cannot adequately fulfill its public mandate, and let's see if there is a need to establish a Kenya Ferry Corporation to oversee the management, operation, and maintenance of ferries in the most efficient way in all waters of Kenya. By doing so, the Kenya Ferry Services will relieve the country of many problems currently experienced in the maritime transport sector. It is critical that we interrogate insurance of the ferries. There is urgent need to ensure that there is compulsory insurance of both ferries and passengers. This way, in case of accident, the company will be obliged to compensate everyone on board, including cargo. I'm saying this, Madam Speaker, because to date, as I said earlier, there are some families who have never been compensated through the MV Mtongwe tragedy. Madam Speaker, the entire fleet of ferries at Kenya Ferry Services Likoni Mainland Jet should forthwith be taken for dry docking on a regular basis at the Kenya Port Authority yard for maintenance. KPA dockyard are the only fully equipped dockyard where first-class marine engineers with sea time experience are readily available. In the past several years, Madam Speaker, the fleet of dilapidated ferries that link Mombasa Island to the southern mainland of Likoni have been breaking down at an alarming frequency that require urgent attention. Madam Speaker, the frequent breakdown of these ferries at the Likoni Channel raised fear of major disaster in the making. Also, the Kenya Ferry Services needed to build ramps at the Mtongwe Channel since the pontoon and the wooden bridge is in critical condition and pose a danger to the commuters. I personally raised this issue to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, during our meeting at the State House, Mombasa, together with other honorable members. And I hope the Cabinet Secretary, Mr. Macharia, will effect this. Madam Speaker, question should be asked, are we waiting for a maritime disaster to happen? There is urgent need to take stringent measures that ensure human, vehicle, and cargo safety. The time for action is now, if we are to avoid the anguish of hundreds of thousands of people risking lives using the channel at Likoni. Madam Speaker, measures should be put in place to ensure that we are prepared for any emergency, be it a rescue team comprising of qualified divers who will be on a standby at the channel, both island and mainland sides. An effective disaster management committee should be in place to oversee any eventualities. There must be proper and effective coordination of the 5 institutions under the Ministry of Transport, Madam Speaker. That is the Kenya Ferry Services, the Kenya Authority, the Kenya Maritime Authority, the Kenya Navy, and the Kenya Coast Guard, so that they can complement on safety issues, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I remember last Parliament when I was a member of the Transport Committee, we had budgeted over 1.5 billion so that the government can procure 2 ferries for Mombasa, Likoni Channel. I wonder where is the second ferry. To date, we have only received 1 ferry. We have been asking this question many times. I even posed a question here, and the minister was summoned in this Parliament, and he promised us after a few months we are going to have the second ferry. To date, we have not seen that ferry. We are demanding to have that ferry.
There is public demand that, not honorable members demand, that I give you 1 more minute. Then I use my discretion. Honorable Mishi, you are not just...
In fact, I've just finished. I was just rewinding. My last point was just to propose and to second the issue of having a bridge at the Likoni Channel. The people of Mombasa County and the coast at large, and even Kenyans, we are really waiting for that initiative of having a bridge. I want to call upon Honorable Mashetani to second me on the same.
Order. Honorable Mishi, you had 10 minutes. First one standing on number 33, 4. Any other member speaking to this will have 5 minutes, but we don't second. As a matter of procedure, we don't second such a motion, 33. So I give the first one. The Honorable Vice Chair, Lands Committee, just resume your seat. We don't second. The member for Lamu, the County Women Rep. Member for Lamu.
Asante Bispika. Tuna masikitiko makubwa na ni aibu. Ni aibu Kenya Ferry wametufanyia. Kwa sababu Bispika, ukiangalia ile picha au video ambayo pale ilionyeshwa, ile gari ilikaa karibu dakika 15. Hakuna hatua ilichukuliwa za haraka. Inaonesha kwamba kuna udhaifu mkubwa. Hawa watu wa feri kama wana diver, basi divers wao hawana moyo. Bispika, diver yoyote angekuwa pale, kama tuseme vijana wetu wa Lamu, ukimuuliza wewe ungefanya nini pale? Umeona gari inazama na imechukua muda, ungefanya nini? Kitu rahisi tu ni uruke, uvute kamba kwa feri uende ukaifunge. Kamba tu kufunga imewashinda. Watu na certificate, vijana wamekaa mtaani, kizingitini vijana tele. Sasa watoto wetu wamechoka. Watoto wetu wamechoka, wenye certificate wafanye kazi. Kwa sababu vijana wetu wako pale, divers kwa mfano nikikutolea, yani nikikuelezea vijana tu wale kwa fingertip naweza kukwambia nani na nani na nani na nani kizingitini wanaweza fanya kazi hiyo haraka haraka. Ni tele. Naweza kumtaja Athmani Madi Mborausi, Lali tele. Ona. Chap naweza kutajia paka watoto 20 hivi. Lakini sasa hivi ikitokea mkiadvertise, mtachukua runners, watu wa kukimbia mwapeleke pale, watukue watu wa kupanda kofi, muende mkawapeleke pale. Basi na wazamie, waingie sasa wazamie na wao wafanye ile kazi. Kwa sababu sisi watu wa Lamu hatuwezi kuja tukasema sisi tupelekwe tukakimbie tuwakilishe Kenya ikimbie. Kenya unajua hatuwezi kukimbia. Kuna wanao kimbia. Haya maji hamuyawezi jamani. Msitafute hizo nafasi za kazi mkaua watu. Manake wale waliochukua zile kazi ndio wana hayo majukumu, wameua watu. Yani kazi ndogo, Speaker. Ile kwetu ni kazi ndogo sana. Lakini sasa hivi mkiadvertise Coast Guard, mtaona wengi wako kule. Ingekuwa rahisi serikali na hapa njia. Mkitaka kuchukua Navy, mkitaka kuchukua Coast Guard, sasa hivi mtuambie tuwaletee vijana wa kizingitini, waende kwa feri katikati waambie ruka, muangalie watafanya kazi, hawezi ndo waandikwe. Na wale walioko pale, sasa hivi mimi natoa ni challenge naitoa. Tuwachukue wao na tuchukue wetu, tuwarushe pale baharini, waambie harukeni mfanye hii kazi. Tuone kina nani watafanya ile kazi. Yani, Speaker, mambo ya kusikitisha. Kazi ile watoto wetu kule wanachukua pweza. Wanachukua pweza wakienda kuzamia ndani mita hata 60. Wakienda bila kutaka gesi. Wanazamia hivi paka chini na pweza wakwenda kutoa kamba, kwa kilugha ya Kimombo kutoa lobster paka umtoe chini. Ni vitu wamezoea. Wanachukua jahazi, wanaenda kuvua dipsi, wakifika kule wanaruka, wanaacha jahazi na mtu mmoja ndani. Kuna watu wamezoea zile kazi jamani. Kuna watu wamezoea zile kazi. Sasa hapa sisi tutalaumiana ati Kenya Ferry, ati Coast Water, ati Navy. Kenya Ferry yenyewe yafaa iwe na kitengo chao. Mabouncer mnaochukua, mabouncer wale waende disco. Si pale waende disco wale. Manake si kazi yao, hawawezi ile kazi. Kama alikuwa waweza ile kazi ndogo tu ya juzi, ni rahisi mmoja angejirusha, akachukua kamba akaenda kafunga, angesave maisha. Lakini kitu kidogo, kwenda kutoa meli. Na hiyo mpaka sasa imewashinda, si kazi kubwa. Unaenda na mitungi, hata si pesa nyingi. Unaenda na mitungi 200 liter ile ya fuel. Unaingia nayo chini, unafunga gari inatoka yenyewe. Si kazi kubwa. You don't need rocket science. Sasa imekuwaje kazi hiyo ikakaa mpaka sasa hivi? Yaani hata inasikitisha. Jamani, acha tufanye kazi. Hizo certificate hazitupeleki pahali. Skills pia ni muhimu. Asante, Speaker.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa member for Lamu. But in future you just have to follow your standing orders. Nimeona vile umekasika mpaka umechanganya basi. When you start debating in Kiswahili, you finish in Kiswahili. Yeah, but you should observe that in future, but very well spoken in Kiswahili. Let me get the member from Undanyi, who is next in my request list. Is it ours? Mwakuoma Mwashako.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, nasimama kuunga mkono mswada huu ambao dadangu Mheshimiwa Mishi wa Likoni ameuleta ndani ya bunge hili. Mheshimiwa Spika, masuala haya tunayoongelea hapa kama bunge la kitaifa ni masuala mazito. Tunaongea masuala ambapo mmoja wetu na mtoto wake wamepoteza maisha. Na kwanza ni kumwombea Mwenyezi Mungu aweke roho za watu hawa wawili mahali pema peponi. Mheshimiwa Spika, aibu imetupata kama nchi, aibu kubwa. Mimi nimekuwa nikipiga mtazamo, mambo haya yangetokea katika nchi iliyoendelea, wala hata nchi tu jirani, pengine Tanzania hapa, ama jambo hili lingetokea mahali ambapo kungalikuwa tu na vijana ambao dadangu kutoka Lamu amewataja, ambao wanapewa ruhusa ya kufanya kazi mahali kama pale, leo hii hatungepoteza roho hizi mbili. Mheshimiwa Spika, asubuhi kulikuwa na mswada hapa wa kuongeza hukumu ya wale ambao wanafanya ufisadi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na mswada ule, mimi kwa mtazamo wangu, ulikuwa ni msaada ambao umekuja wakati mzuri. Haya tunayojadili, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni mazao ya ufisadi nchini Kenya. Tumekuwa wafisadi kiwango cha kwamba hata kifo hatukiogopi. Ufisadi umetufikisha ya kwamba watu wafa maji wakati kuajiri mpiga mbizi, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni rahisi kwa malipo yake kuliko kupeana zabuni kwa zile kampuni zinazoweka usalama pale feri. Kule feri, Mheshimiwa Spika, ukienda utapata kuna wanaume wamekula wakashiba, wako tu pale, wao ni kujifunga hivi. Kumbe mkasa huu umetuonyesha kwamba wale hawana kazi mahali pale. Badala ya kuandika watu ambao wanaweza kuokoa maisha, feri na bodi yake yote imeona ni vyema ipeane mazabuni, kandarasi kwa vitu ambavyo si vya msingi. Mheshimiwa Spika, maisha ni kitu ambacho lazima tukilinde. Leo hii juzi jana naona meneja anasema kwamba, mkurugenzi anasema kwamba hawana hao wapiga mbizi. Mara wanasema hawana gesi ya kushuka chini kutoa zile mili. Mheshimiwa Spika, ufisadi umemaliza nchi hii. Na bunge hili la kitaifa ni wakati mwafaka wa kusema kwamba lazima tupigane na ufisadi kwa njia zote. Tukianza na Kenya Ferry na kwengine hata mahospitali tuafa, Mheshimiwa Spika, sababu ufisadi. Mimi nasema hivi, Mheshimiwa Spika, wanajeshi walioko pale Mtongwe ni kama kilomita 1 ama 2. Wale wanajeshi walioko pale, wapiga mbizi wanajeshi, wana tajriba ya dunia nzima, wanatambulika. Lakini kuwatoa tu waje kuokoa maisha, inakuwa ni kwamba hakuna mawasiliano ya kati ya Kenya Ferry, kama wanasema hawana wapiga mbizi na jeshi. Ni jambo la kusikitisha, Mheshimiwa Spika. Leo hii janga lile tumepoteza watu wawili. Na si mara ya kwanza, Mheshimiwa Spika, pale juzi pia tulipoteza watu pale. Tunasema hivi, Mheshimiwa Mishimboko amesema kule pale ni eneo bunge lake, lazima tupatiwe ripoti kamili ndani ya kile kinachoendelea ndani ya Kenya Ferry. Wametuchezea vya kutosha. Kila mara wanasema wanaagiza fare, yani kila kinachofanya pale ni njia ya watu kujitajirisha. Tungetarajia wakati kama huu hata waziri ingekuwa ni mtu ni masuala mengine yametendeka kwengine, Mheshimiwa Spika, hata waziri wa uchukuzi angekuwa amefika mahali pale. Leo hii hatujaona waziri, tunamwona mwenyekiti tu Mwazo
Very well, let me have the Honorable Millie Odhiambo, member for Suba North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I want to stand together with the family and the people from Likoni for the loss of the mother and child. Madam Speaker, indeed, it is a very terrible tragedy. and that should not be happening in this time and place in this country. Madam Speaker, I watched the video of the accident, and Madam Speaker, there were two things that were standing out. One, Madam Speaker, that was a case that I want to agree with the honorable member that was very agitated and annoyed, that if we are prepared, should not even have happened. Because you could actually see that the car was so near to the ferry, people watched it, and Madam Speaker, it actually speaks to the issue of our disaster preparedness. And when we are dealing with the issue of disaster preparedness, it's not about even training people, technical people with degrees. Sometimes it's about the people who are in the locality, as the honorable member said. Madam Speaker, I come from a place with a water body, and I therefore know that the locals are very able to deal with such instances. So why are we not investing in training locals to be able to deal in cases of disasters? And Madam Speaker, even within the ferry, what was there to help the people who are in the ferry to deal immediately with a case of disaster? Madam Speaker, this was a case of one car. Assuming the whole ferry went under, how would we have supported or how would we have assisted? Madam Speaker, I think as a nation and as leaders, we are failing this country. And Madam Speaker, I am saying that especially as a member of the Budget Committee. If you actually see the money that we are putting in budgets for things that do not matter. Yesterday, I was shocked to see an expose on Child Welfare Society of Kenya. I am not saying there's corruption in child welfare, but Madam Speaker, if you see the amount of money we are giving an organization whose origin we don't know, over 100,000 in some instances per month, and yet we cannot put money into disaster preparedness when it comes to, genuine cases, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think as a budget committee, we need to be serious and look at issues that actually touch on Kenyans. Madam Speaker, the other issue that I saw that was astounding and shocking is that in that phase of the tragedy, what we do nowadays as Kenya is we become experts in social media. Everybody was busy taking, taking pictures, showing online. It's like we are in a competition to show who is breaking the news. Now we are all become media experts. I know it's important to cover, but really as Kenyans, who was thinking, in fact, even if you see the reaction time, and the people who even eventually thought, can this guy be given a rope and try and get the rescue? And as soon as the car went under, everybody was like, oh, too bad. We can't do anything else. Madam Speaker, but we could all stand and take a video of this going under. But I would also want to encourage Kenyans that despite that, and the likes that we may get on social media, there are families that are grieving, that are sad. You are showing them their own kin going under. Let us also be sensitive about the information that we want to share on social media. We may be wanting to show people that it was so sad and everything, but we are affecting other families. Madam Speaker, it's a tragedy, and as leaders, we need to own up that we are failing this country, Madam Speaker.
Let's get the member for Lego Song.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, first of all, I want to begin by sending my condolences to the family of Miriam, who perished in this ferry incident. Madam Speaker, this question is this is a question of fair leadership, Madam. Fair leadership. And I think, Madam, we must be honest, as Milia said, that Parliament must take the blame for this incident. For two reasons, Madam Speaker. One, that we have failed in properly allocating budgets for relevant institutions that are supposed to safeguard our lives, especially in the case of disaster. But more fundamentally, Madam Speaker, is that this House continues to approve people in public offices who are clearly incompetent, people who
really cannot even perform, cannot deliver. And Madam Speaker, when names are brought here for members of this House to ventilate and interrogate, the best we do is to make noise and shout and say, let's pass, let's pass. So what are we expecting these incompetent people to go and do? We are actually giving Kenyans a raw deal, Madam Speaker. So I want to blame this House, Madam Speaker, because the incompetence in public service is something that we cannot continue to tolerate. And if we are going to have MDs from our ethnic backgrounds who we clearly know cannot serve Kenyans and we clap for them, we are going to have more disasters. So, Madam Speaker, let this House wake up. Yesterday, Madam Speaker, we actually approved land grabbers to go and take care of our land. What were we doing? And tomorrow, when disasters emerge from those offices, we will be coming here to lament. So, Madam Speaker, let us wake up. Let this House, the watchdog committees of this House, take lead in oversighting public officers. Because if public officers will commit offenses, they will be corrupt, they will show us complete ineptitude, and then we will come here to lament and to make noise. Yet we have the instruments in our hands to action and to ensure that these people are performing. This is a case of incompetence of public officers. And I think the MD of this Kenya Ferry, I don't know who he is, but I think he should have already resigned. There's no reason why this MD is in office. What is he doing in that office? Madam Speaker, let us be clear, let us be vigilant, let us ensure that you don't bring your tribes people in this parliament, their names will be passed. And when they mess, you come here and make noise. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well.
Yes.
You can put your mic off. Then we have the member, Honorable Barire Cecil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also
Members,
rise.
Allow me also remind the members who are contributing. You have 5 minutes for your planning, and I have 41 requests for members who want to speak to this. Members, since we have given 2 hours, I'm sure we'll be able to speak to this. Especially, I can see a lot of members from the coast and Kizum. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me also add my voice to those of my colleagues who've spoken before me, and start by really passing a message of condolence to the family of the bereaved Miriam and Amanda, who've lost their lives due to negligence and just people not taking their work seriously. Madam Speaker, it is sad that in this day and age, we are losing lives on things that could have been prevented. Madam Speaker, having listened to the mover of this motion, it is clear that safety is the last thing in the minds of the Kenya Ferry Services. They just do their services. They never even one day imagine that we can have an accident. And that's besides the fact that we've had a very serious accident in the past where we lost hundreds of Kenyans, Madam Speaker. And so their disaster preparedness is wanting, Madam Speaker. We have the Coast Guard services that we passed the bill and it was signed into law by the President and even commissioned in that coast area. Where were they when these people died and lost their lives? Madam Speaker, what I would like to say is that the buck must stop somewhere. We can't just sit here, debate, ventilate our anger, and nothing happens, Madam Speaker. We want the person in charge of Kenya Ferry Services, we want the person in charge of the Coast Guard Services to be made to account for this act of negligence, Madam Speaker. Because if we don't do that, nothing will happen. They say Kenyans, we forget very easily. We've made noise for the last 4 days, and within the next 1 week or 2 weeks, we'll have forgotten there was a disaster ever. Madam Speaker, I also want to ask that the Ministry of Transport does actually seriously consider financing a bridge across that channel, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are having so many vehicles crossing that channel every day. I think I listened to Honorable Millie, she talked about over 300 vehicles per day, if I'm not wrong. And I'm wondering how 2,000 And I'm wondering how much longer we can continue using that archaic mode of transport for over 2,000 vehicles every day when we know that we can do better. Madam Speaker, if I look back even at the effect of that same mode of transport on tourism... Mr. Speaker, I had not noticed that the chair had moved and a new one was there, so I recognize that you're Mr., since I see you wear trousers all the time. So let me refer to you as you should be, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I really hope that we can begin to prepare to build a bridge, because it also affects tourism in South Coast, Mr. Speaker. And I really hope that today we are not just going to debate and leave it there, that the relevant departmental committee will take up this matter, they will investigate and bring a comprehensive report with findings. Yes.
What is your point of order, Honorable Akinyi?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the current speaker in order to suggest that you are a speaker, Mr. Speaker, because she always sees you wearing trousers? Because I've always seen her wearing trousers. Does that make her also a Mr.? Thank you.
You know, Honorable Akinyi, you are taking a very slippery route because you want to make the speaker the subject of discussion. It is not possible.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, that was some.
And then that debate looks and sounds uncomfortable, even to the speaker.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, of course, of protecting me from Honorable Rosa's mischief, and say that you are known to be a man. You're a man. So, Mr. Speaker, I was saying that can we get a comprehensive report with the recommendations from the committee so that we can do something about it. We don't just ventilate and make noise and lay blame, but we come up with solutions that will save future Kenyans who use that channel in the future not to suffer the fate of Miriam and Amanda.
Honorable members, remember you have 5 minutes to organize your thoughts together. Very well. Shall we have Honorable Joshua Kimiru? I take note also of the members from Coast, and indeed all the members. So I'm cognizant of that. And indeed all members, because this is a matter that is of national interest as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice of the tragedy, Likoni tragedy. Before I say something, I want to stand with the family and give my condolences to the family. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that it's a loss to the country and a shame, because it's now over 72 hours, and now, as we are talking now, Mr. Speaker, the rescue is still going on. And we know that for 72 hours, Mr. Speaker, is a long time, because those are the people who lost their life, and their families are waiting to get the bodies. And also, as a country, we are waiting to get the results of what happened and the report. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I think as a country, we are failing, because I don't know, because if I remember when I was young, 1993, we had a tragedy, a ferry tragedy in the same area. Mr. Speaker, I think we, as a country, should have learned a lesson about that tragedy and mitigate for other accidents in the same area, Mr. Speaker. But it's like we have not even done anything about the accidents in that area, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I think now there is someone who is sleeping in the job, and this is the high time as a government, as a country, we need to fix our issues, and we need to do something in that area, Mr. Speaker. I want to join my hands with the Coast colleagues who are agitated because of this tragedy, because, Mr. Speaker, I think the Navy, they are less than 1 kilometer away. And if I remember when I was watching the video, Mr. Speaker, it took like over 15 minutes, Mr. Speaker. And for 15 minutes, I think for a rescue team, that is enough time for them to come and rescue the lives, Mr. Speaker. And I think there must be a problem because as a country, we need to know why this is happening, Mr. Speaker. Again, Mr. Speaker, we need this time, we need to change, change the very services, Mr. Speaker, and also the structures and the operation and management, Mr. Speaker. Because I don't see how can a accident of 15 minutes, Mr. Speaker, and we not see any effort of the ferry services. You don't see them doing anything to rescue life, Mr. Speaker. So I think, Mr. Speaker, this is a time whereby in this, as members of parliament, we need to now talk and discuss and come up with a structure. And we need also to put our voice, because we need to advocate for these people, Mr. Speaker. Because those who are sleeping on the job, we need to see them being fired. And we get people, we employ our boys who are the course, who know how to swim, who can rescue life. Because when I was watching news, I see some boys who are saying that they have been requesting for the jobs and they cannot get jobs, Mr. Speaker. And if I remember, sometimes back 5 years ago, there was a member of parliament who was suggesting we do something even if it's paying 1 bob, so that we can improve. If we have no funds, we can even charge 1 shilling, because I know 1 shilling can also, we can mobilize funds to employ people and experts who can rescue life in this, in Recon Ferry, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that this is the high time, and as a country, we need to tell the country the truth, and we need to get a report, aware report. And because most of the time we discuss issues here, and after a year, after 2 months, 3 months, the story just dies like that. This time, Mr. Speaker, we need to see a good report. And Mr. Speaker, the people, of course, they need to get their rights, and we need to allocate money for that Recon Ferry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What is the intervention for, Honorable Ali Adman? You have pressed an intervention.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, due to the time that is remaining, and it looks like the motion is interested for many members to speak, is it in order for the time limit to 3 minutes per member instead of 5 minutes, Mr. Speaker?
Well, you know, that your suggestion, Honorable Adman, can only be considered as being persuasive to the members. What you are doing is to persuade members maybe to speak within the 3 minutes. But we cannot reduce the time for each member midway, the debate. That should have been done earlier. But nevertheless, you make a point. It's a good point. So let's see the members. Maybe they are persuaded that to speak for less, so that more members get an opportunity. Let's start with Honorable Mohammed Ali and see whether he has been persuaded.
Shukran sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Pia mimi ningelipenda kuchangia na kusema ya kwamba hii ni aibu hapa nchini Kenya, iwapo baada ya kupata kile kisa cha Mtongwe bado hatujajifunza lolote. Ni aibu kubwa iwapo leo serikali itatangaza na kusema ya kwamba haina hewa ya kutosha ama gesi ya kuweza kufika kule chini. Leo Kenya hatuna fedha za kununua hewa, lakini tuna fedha za kununua vitoa machozi. Leo Kenya hatuna fedha za kununua hewa, lakini tuna pesa ya kununua makumi ya magari kwa viongozi. Leo Kenya hatuna pesa ya kununua hewa, lakini tuna pesa za ufisadi. Hii ni aibu, na ni sharti sheria ichukue mkondo wake na kuhakikisha ya kwamba wahusika wote ambao wamekaa kimya wakiangalia marehemu Mariam Kigendi na mtoto Amanda Mutheu wakiangamia na kufa kifo cha polepole, ni sharti wachukuliwe hatua za kisheria. Mhusika mkuu, waziri wa uchukuzi, achukuliwe hatua, Bwana Macharia. Mkurugenzi mkuu wa Kenya Ferry, KPA, Maritime na Kenya Coast Guards, wote waweze kuchukuliwa hatua za kisheria. Maana hii itakuwa ni hekaya za abunwasi, tutakuwa tunarudia kitu miaka nenda miaka rudi. Mtongwe Ferry tuliweza kupoteza makumi ya watu. na tulidhani labda tutajifunza mengi na kuhakikisha kwamba tumeweza kuwa tayari kwa matukio kama haya. Mheshimiwa Spika,
what is it Honorable Kamket? You look very agitated. What is out of order?
Mr. Speaker, you've heard Member for Nyali saying that, or alleging that in Kenya we have money for corruption. I would like him to substantiate how much of that money he has benefited from. Would he substantiate?
Order, Honorable Kamket. I think you are stretching. You are stretching Honorable Ali's space to contribute to this too far. It doesn't seem to offend anything, any standing order. But the way you are looking at him, it looks like you have something to say about Honorable Ali. But that is for another place, not here. Honorable Ali.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Kama anataka nizungumzie pesa ya ufisadi nitakupatia. Shilingi bilioni 1.8 iliweza kutolewa kununua feri mpya 2. Hizo pesa hatujui zimeenda wapi. Feri mpya hatujapata mpaka wa sasa. Shilingi milioni 78 ilitolewa kwa Kenya Ferry iweze kuweka kamera za CCTV ili wale ambao wanakaa mahala na kuangalia matukio yote yanayotokea, wakiona shida yoyote wanaweza kuwafikia wananchi kwa haraka. Hizi ndizo pesa ninauliza ziko wapi na zinafanya nini? Nilikuwa nazungumzia kujiuzulu au kuachishwa kazi kwa wahusika wote wakuu kama nilivyokuwa nimewataja hapo awali. Pia nitazungumzia masuala ya kazi. Vijana wengi wa pwani hawapewi kazi. Inapofika ni wakati wa kuandika wanajeshi wa maji, vijana wengi walio na ujuzi hawapewi nafasi. Inakuwa ni kupeana kazi kwa kujuana. Bahari ina wenyewe na wenye bahari wanafaa wapewe kazi hii. Pia ningelipenda kuzungumzia katika siku za usoni waanze kufanya mikakati ya kuhakikisha kwamba wameweka kivukio cha daraja ili kuepusha majanga kama haya. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nasema kwamba leo naomba Mariam Kigendi na Amanda Mutheu watusamehe kwa sababu tumefeli kama nchi, na tutarekebisha tuweze kuhakikisha matukio kama haya hayatatokea tena katika siku za usoni. Mungu ailaze nyoyo zao mahala pema panapolazwa wema. Asante.
Honorable Bogomenza.
Mheshimiwa Spika, asante sana kwa kunipatia nafasi hii niweze kuchangia hii mkasa uliotokea katika eneo letu la Mombasa, katika kaunti ya Mombasa. Kwanza kabisa nataka nitoe pole zangu kwa Mariam na mtoto Amanda na kujulisha bunge hili, japokuwa walifariki katika kivuko cha Likoni, lakini ni wakazi kutoka katika eneo langu la Kisauni, na hivi tunavyozungumza tumeanza matanga ya kuweza kuchanga pesa katika kusaidia katika mambo ya mazishi. Kwa hivyo ninaomba wabunge wenzangu pia tuweze kusaidiana kwa njia moja au nyingine. Wale watakaoweza kuchanga nitashukuru zaidi, ili tuweze kufikisha msaada ule kwa jamii ile ambayo imepata mkasa huu. Kwanza kabisa Mheshimiwa Spika, hili janga ni janga la kitaifa na ni janga ambalo limeonyesha udhaifu mkubwa kwa taifa la Kenya, na ni aibu ikiwa mkasa huu ulitokea siku ya Jumapili jioni. Mpaka leo, Jumapili ilikuwa ni tarehe 29 mwezi wa 9, leo tumefika tarehe 2 mwezi wa 10, siku 3, na mpaka sasa tunavyoongea hakuna kitu ambacho kimeweza kupatikana. Imetuonyesha udhaifu kuwa kama taifa hatuko tayari kupambana na majanga kama haya. Japokuwa wakati tokio la kijasusi la kihuni lile la wale materrorists ikitokea katika sehemu, tunaona vitengo vya usalama vinavyohusika kupambana na magaidi vinavyojitahidi. Lakini leo imeonyesha udhaifu mkubwa kwa shirika letu, jeshi letu la wanamaji la Kenya Navy, ambao wamefundishwa, wana ujuzi wa kushughulikia masuala ya ndani ya maji. Wameshindwa kwa siku 3 kuweza kuokoa wale maiti ambao wako pale ndani, kuweza kuitoa ile gari ambayo imezama pale ndani katika kivuko cha Likoni. Hii imetuonyesha kuwa kama taifa hatuko tayari kabisa. Kivuko kile cha Likoni, Mheshimiwa Spika, kinavukisha magari 6,000 kwa siku. Kinavukisha watu zaidi ya 300,000 kwa siku. Je, ije itokezee kwa bahati mbaya feri ile izame? Ikiwa tukio la mtu mmoja limetushinda, je, feri ile ambayo inabeba watu 4,500 wakati inavukisha katika safari moja, je, tuko tayari kwa swala kama hilo? Hatuko tayari. Hii imetuonesha tuko na kazi ya kufanya kama taifa, na ni lazima watu waajibike. Kama ni waziri ambaye anahusika na masuala ya transport, ingekuwa mimi ni yeye leo, ningekuwa nimeachana na hii kazi kuonesha kuwa imenishinda. Yule ambaye ni mkurugenzi mkuu wa Kenya Ports, wa Kenya Ferry, Mheshimiwa Bakari Goa, angekuwa tayari ameenda nyumbani na wako korokoroni. Haya ndio mambo yanafanyika katika nchi zilizoendelea. Maisha ya Mkenya mmoja ni sawa na kupoteza umma mzima. Huyu ni mama na mtoto wake. Kwa hivyo, Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiangalia mwaka wa 94 katika kivuko cha Mtongwe tulipoteza maisha ya Wakenya 272, na kivuko kile kiko mita 40 kutoka katika kambi ya wanajeshi ya Kenya Navy. Na ilikuwa feri ile ya Mtongwe imebeba watu 400. Wale 128 waliweza kuokolewa na wavuvi na wale wapiga mbinzi wa pale mtaani, lakini shirika la Kenya Navy lilishindwa kuokoa maisha yale. Na leo imetuonesha vile vile udhaifu walionao shirika letu la Kenya Navy, shirika letu la Kenya Ports Authority, shirika letu la Kenya Maritime Authority, shirika letu la Kenya Coast Guards, ambao ni vitengo ambao tunatumia pesa nyingi. Tunajua zile pesa ambao tunapitisha katika masuala yetu ya budget hapa katika mambo ya usalama, ni pesa chungu nzima tunaziwekea pande ile, lakini leo wameshindwa kuokoa gari moja, wameshindwa kuokoa maiti ambao ziko mbale ndani kwa siku 3 mfululizo. Hili ni jambo ambalo linatusikitisha kama wapwani, kama watu wa Mombasa na kama Jamhuri ya Kenya nzima. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiangalia yale ambayo yametokea, nafikiri kuna umuhimu kile kamati ya transport iweze kulishughulikia swala hili na ilete ripoti hapa katika bunge la kitaifa, tupate kujua kiini cha kilichotokea kusababisha ajali ile na kitu gani kitafanywa kwenda mbele ili tusiuje kupata madhara makubwa, kwa sababu kitu ambacho tunakiangalia kwa sasa tutakuja kupata majanga makubwa ambayo tutakuja kushindwa kujiondoa kama taifa. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
To my right now, Honorable Lentomaga Musa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to send my condolences to the family of the deceased, the mom and the daughter. This is a very, very unfortunate incident, and I also want to support my colleagues from the coast for being together and to be very strong in trying to support this issue. Mr. Speaker, this is an issue of laxity. It is carelessness, recklessness, neglect, and only being reactive and forgetting what has happened before. The worst thing I realized when I was seeing in the telly is that the ramp is always lowered all the time, even in the middle of the channel. This is also unfortunate. I don't know why the ramp should not be lifted as it used to be before. And if that ramp is not working, why not use even a simple barrier? Put a barrier on the ramp so that when a vehicle drifts down, it can be actually stopped by the barrier, or even a simple rope, like what should have happened to stop this kind of tragedy. It is very unfortunate. And Mr. Speaker, this is not just an issue of cost. It's not just an issue of the ferry services in Mombasa. It is all over this country. Kenyans are not, they are forgetful. Kenyans are only reactive. Organizations are only reactive. They don't take, they forget so easily, even tragedies which has happened. And we can blame the ferry services, we can blame the Navy, but we can also blame all institutions in government in this country. For example, even in our own areas, even in our own northern Kenya, we always get drought almost every 2 years. And we know it is coming when the rains comes, when the rains fails. But we don't take any measures. We start lamenting when the drought is already there. Look at also, Mr. Speaker, because we come from the same region, look at the insecurity in the north. Laikipia, in Baringo, in Samburu, in all those areas. You deliberately disarm local people who used to support police in fighting crime, fighting cattle rustling, fighting people who are bandits. Then you just know that it will happen, but you don't care. In the recent past, more than 7 people have been killed in my place, just in 2 weeks' time. And animals have been driven away, including even a teacher in Baragoi town. And we knew, the people, security forces were told, there's a marauding bandits who are coming. They have been seen. Intelligence reports are flying all over the place. But because we don't care, because we forget, because we are lazy, we are careless as institutions, these people come and they kill and they run away, they go away. They can come even twice, and again, of course, or 3 times, and we only start running up and down when people have already been killed and properties have been taken away from, livelihoods have been destroyed. So this is an issue that we need as a house to address, to ensure that something serious will be done, to ensure that we are proactive, we care, that we take action before a disaster happens, like what has happened in the ferry of Likoni. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Let's have Honorable Katana Kahindi.
Asante, Bwana Speaker.
Don't worry, because members have 5 minutes, you still get your space. I can guarantee you.
Asante, Bwana Speaker. Kwa niaba ya wakazi wa Kaloleni, ningependa kutoa rambirambi kwa jamii ya Mama Mariam na mtoto wake Amanda. Bwana Speaker, ni jambo la aibu sana katika nchi hii kuona kwamba mtu na mamake wanapoteza maisha kwa uzembe wa watu ambao walitwikwa jukumu la kutoa huduma katika nchi hii. Bwana Speaker, inaonekana kama Wakenya hatuko tayari kuona kwamba kukitokea janga tunaweza kusaidia wananchi wetu. Kumekuwa na vijana ambao wana uzoefu wa kupiga mbizi katika eneo la Likoni. Lakini vijana hawa, Bwana Speaker, ni jambo la kushangaza kwamba hawajapewa nafasi ya ajira katika shirika hili la Kenya Ferry. Tumekuwa tukiajiri watu kwa sababu ya makaratasi, tunasema wamesoma. Lakini kuna wale ambao hawajasoma lakini wana uzoefu wa kupiga mbizi. Kuna kijana pale ferry anaitwa Musa. Amekuwa akiokoa maisha ya watu. Na sasa ameomba kazi kwa shirika la Kenya Ferry kwa miaka zaidi ya 15 na hajapata ajira. Tungekuwa tumewapatia nafasi vijana hawa, wangeweza kuokoa maisha ya wananchi. Sasa ni ferry tumeona kwamba hatuwezi kusaidia. Je, kukitokea janga, pengine shule iungue? Je, tuko tayari kusaidia wananchi wetu? Kumekuwa na tume ambayo ilibuniwa baada ya ajali ya Mtongwe. Tulisoma nini katika tume ile? Na jambo la kusikitisha ni kwamba jeshi letu la wanamaji ambalo kwa sasa ukipita ferry wanafanya mazoezi ya maandalizi ya Mashujaa Day. Sasa wanapita pale na hawawezi kuokoa maisha ya yule mama na mtoto wake. Na utaona kwamba siku ya tarehe 20 rais akiwa pale, utaambiwa hiki ni kikosi maalumu cha wapiga mbizi. Sasa tujiulize, wanapiga mbizi wapi? Wanapiga mbizi kwa bwawa la maji au wanapiga mbizi kwa bahari? Itakuwa ni aibu hata kwa rais kuwakubali hawa wapiga mbizi ambao tutaambiwa tarehe 20 kupita mbele yake, kwa sababu wameshindwa na kusaidia wananchi ambao walistahili kusaidiwa. Gari liliolea kwa maji kwa muda wa dakika 20, lakini unasikia sasa mkurugenzi mkuu wa shirika la feri anasema hakuna wapiga mbizi ama wapiga mbizi hawana ile hewa ya kuingilia kwa bahari. Hii ni aibu kubwa kwa shirika kama hili. Bwana Spika, imefika wakati hili bunge liweze kuchukua hatua za kisheria kwa hawa watu ambao wanazembea katika kazi zao. Hata tukisema kwamba wale wananchi wapewe ama wafidiwe, hatuwezi kuokoa maisha yao. Asante Bwana Spika.
Shall we have Honorable Odoyo?
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for this opportunity. And at this moment, I am a very disturbed Kenyan, very disappointed by what has occurred. And I bow my head in great shame to be called a Kenyan today. Mr. Speaker, what we have witnessed going around in social media that captured this occurrence real time is quite disappointing. Disappointing to the effect that even as this car slowly drowned, that we had absolutely no recourse as a country to save it from this catastrophe. Mr. Speaker, and that speaks a lot in terms of our disaster preparedness, coming at a time when we are also expanding the horizon of our maritime transport. Mr. Speaker, in a few months to come, Kisumu City will be carrying out a comprehensive maritime transportation along Lake Victoria to Uganda and to Tanzania. And if what we have seen in Likoni is anything to go by, where public officers demonstrate absolute dereliction of duty, then we are afraid that in due course we are going to lose a lot more. If this happened in developed nations such as Europe or in the United States, as we speak now, the cabinet secretary, the line departmental heads, and everybody else would have resigned by now. But because we are in Kenya up to this moment in time, the cabinet secretary hasn't seen it fit to travel to Mombasa, even just to empathize with the families that have lost their loved ones. Mr. Speaker, I remember barely 3 weeks ago we lost a former president in a South African nation. Even before that country declared all flags to fly half-mast, our country was already doing it. Are we much more in love with the foreigners to the chagrin of our own nation? Even up to now, we haven't had our president speaking about this disaster in Likoni. Are we on our own? That speaks a lot on to the welfare of this country in general. And I want to challenge those who are concerned. It is now over 50 hours, and we are only saying that we have no enough oxygen to help our divers go deep down to find where this car is stuck. You can only imagine the shrilling wailings from this mother, together with the daughter, in great shock that they were not in a position to send a message or even call any relative. That did not just happen to that family, it can happen to any one of us. But, Mr. Speaker, I thought that when one gets into a ferry in a car, it is only prudent to come out of the car, and when it docks, then at that point you move into your car and drive it out. That must be made as a law. But even more bizarre is the fact that this ferry did not have an embankment. I thought that once all the cars have moved in,
there should be an embankment that comes up so that even if a car slides, then it can still be stopped. So this speaks a lot into the welfare and the usage of our ferries. And this is not the first accident that is being reported from Likoni Ferry. At some point, we lost so many more that we even lost the numbers. So, Mr. Speaker, this is something that our government must carefully look into. And even before the Kisumu Maritime Transport takes effect, these are fundamental questions that we must ask ourselves as a nation. I thank you for giving me the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Before I get to my right, let's have Honorable Kingi.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia nafasi kuchangia katika mada hii ya leo. Kwanza napeana pole zangu kwa familia ya mwenda zake Mariam pamoja na msichana wake Adamba. Nikiwa nimesimama hapa nimejawa na huzuni kwa tukio kama hili ambayo lazima kama Wakenya, kama wajumbe katika bunge letu tujiulize maswali. Je, jambo kama hili lishawahi tokea mwanzoni katika kivuko cha Likoni? Ukiangalia hivi ni kweli lishawahi tokea. Na je, serikali imechukua hatua gani? Ukiangalia kwa kina zaidi, japokuwa majanga haya yanatokea mara kwa mara katika kivuko cha Likoni, utaona kwamba serikali haijapeana mkazo. Thank you. Asante. Utaona kwamba serikali haijapeana mkazo katika kuhakikisha kwamba majanga kama haya yanapotokea watu wanaweza kuokolewa. Ya pili ni kwamba tujiulize, ajali kama hii ikitokea, je, watu wangeweza kuokolewa? Ukiangalia ajali kama hii ingekuwa rahisi kabisa na watu wangeweza kuokolewa. Lakini ukiangalia ni kwamba idara ile ambayo inahusika, ambayo ni idara ile ya uchukuzi, haijajitayarisha mwafaka kuhakikisha kwamba majanga kama haya yakitokea watu wanaweza kuokolewa. Najiunga na wabunge wenzangu ambao wamesema kwamba ukiangalia hizi feri nyingi hazina vizuizi mbele na nyuma ya feri. Wakati unapoingia kama mwanadamu ama unapoingisha gari lako pale, utaona mbele kuko wazi na utaona kwamba hakuna kizuizi, hata gari inaweza kusukumika mbele ikaingia kwa maji ama ikarudi nyuma na ikaingia kwa maji. Na hili ni jambo ambalo kama Kenya Ferry ama ile idara husika ya uchukuzi ingetilia manani, nafikiri kuweka vizuizi haigharimu pesa nyingi. Lakini kwa sababu hawajaona umuhimu wa maisha wa wananchi wa Kenya, nafikiri ndiposa wanaishikilia legelege. Kwa hivyo wakati huu nafikiri yule waziri muhusika, Mheshimiwa Spika, inapaswa kabisa saa hii tunavyozungumza ndani ya bunge hili tayari awe amejiuzulu. Na kama hatafanya hivyo, mimi namuomba Mheshimiwa Rais, ikiwezekana waziri huyu amchukulie hatua, na hatua ya kwanza kabisa ambayo inafaa kuchukuliwa waziri huyu ni kuhakikisha kwamba ameachishwa kazi. Hilo naomba Mheshimiwa Rais aweze kulitekeleza. Mara tunaweza laumu labda mkurugenzi wa feri. Kwa sasa mimi siwezi kusema kwamba namlaumu kwa sababu sijui kama mapendekezo haya alikuwa anapeleka katika idara husika, na je alikuwa anapata ule msukumo kutoka kwa idara husika. Kwa hivyo ikibainika pia kwamba mkurugenzi mkuu huyu labda alikuwa anapendekeza ama hapendekezi mwafaka ile inatakikana kufanywa katika feri hizi, basi yeye pia hana budi bali itabidi ajiuzulu. Hali ya majanga Kenya hii imekuwa ikiwepo ikitokezea mara kwa mara. Lakini tukiangalia hivi ni kama serikali haiko tayari. Kwa mfano nikipeana mfano tu, mbali na hii, katika eneo bunge langu juzi kutokezea janga la mafuriko. Lakini unaona watu wengi waliweza kuokolewa na raia. lakini unakuta pale wale wahusika walikuja pale baada ya siku 3. Siku 3 hizo mtu akizama maji tayari yuafa. Kwa hivyo mimi naomba kwamba Mheshimiwa Rais yeye yuko na ile kalamu ya kuandika na yuko na ile kalamu ya kufuta. Wahusika wote ambao wameaminika kutunza maisha ya wananchi na wafanye hivyo, naomba Mheshimiwa Rais aweze kuwachukulia hatua mwafaka. Kwa hayo naomba tujiunge na familia ili tuweze kuomboleza kifo hiki. Asante.
Shall we have Honorable Jaldesa Dida?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support my sister, Mheshimiwa Mishi. Mr. Speaker, I would like to start by sending my condolences to the family, friends, and relatives of the 2 beautiful souls that have left us. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to join my colleague in saying that somebody ought to have taken responsibility. And I want to confirm to this House that I sit in Transport Committee. And Mr. Speaker, I can confirm all the allegations that were raised here is true regarding the management of Kenya Ferry Service. Mr. Speaker, this is one CEO who has never been able to address the challenges of the ferry services, including the 1.8 billion of the new ferry that was ordered from Turkey, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is a complete failure of management. And Mr. Speaker, if this House is serious in what it's saying, I expect the committee that I sit in to will immediate effect take an action, I think by tomorrow, when we are meeting the CS, who will appear before the committee to answer a question. Mr. Speaker, it is so painful to watch a life disappearing right on your face, on your eyes, and there is nothing you can do. I watched that video and I was crying the whole night because that is the most painful death anyone can be subjected to. Mr. Speaker, it is so sad when we are talking of lack of an oxygen, when we are talking of lack of a proper RAM, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, instead of us giving ourselves a very ambitious agenda 4, I think we need to concentrate on just one agenda to ensure that we have a robust transport system in this country. And when I say transport, I mean the ferry, I mean the railway, and I mean the road. Because the kind of life, Mr. Speaker, we are losing is just way unbelievable. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that as we discuss all this sad incident, where are we as a country in terms of disaster preparedness? I think, Mr. Speaker, the only other time when disaster in this country is handled is when a basculate of Red Cross comes in. Therefore, if the government cannot address disaster, can it then give it out to the NGOs to do it? Because, Mr. Speaker, if we cannot have a clear direction, then I am just left wondering what will happen should the ferry that is said to be carrying over 3,000 people will one day, God forbid, it goes under. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure my sister, Mishi, that as I go to that committee meeting tomorrow, I will demand, I will speak on their behalf. If it means even causing chaos there, I will, because this is so sad. And I am just seeing in a tweet that the CS has appointed PS Esther Koimet to be in charge of the operation. I know she is a competent lady, but I think this is just but too late, because that should have done the very first day. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Honorable Jaldesa, be careful not to cause chaos in that committee. you will be out of order. But anyway, your point is made. Honorable, let's have Honorable Kamoti.
Asante sana Bwana Spika kwa kunipa nafasi hii. Nami nitaanza kutoa rambirambi kwa niaba ya wakazi wa Rabai kwa familia ile ya Mama Miriam na msichana Amanda. Tuna imani kwamba Mungu ataweka peponi kule wameenda. Bwana Spika, ukweli wa mambo ni kama wenzangu walivyozungumza. Janga hili la feri limesababishwa na wafanyikazi wazembe, watu ambao hawataki kuchukua majukumu yao kama inavyotakikana. Tunajua kwamba kuna mgao wa pesa unaopatiwa kila shirika. Shirika la feri kama mashirika mengine yanagawiwa pesa. Ukienda Likoni sasa hivi ama ukiwa mjini Mombasa, utaona magari mazuri ya Kenya Ferry. Utaona mabarabara pale karibu na ofisi zao zinang'arishwa. Lakini ule umuhimu wa Kenya Ferry ni kuangalia usalama wa watu wanaotumia kivuko kile. Ukweli kabisa, tunajua sasa hivi tutaambiwa tume imeundwa kuchunguza ni nini kilisababisha ajali ile. Lakini kila kitu kiko wazi. Sisi ambao tunatumia feri ile, mimi mwenyewe nimewahi kuvuka na ile feri, na si mara moja, si mara mbili. Munafika mwisho wa safari, munaambiwa feri mpaka irudi kinyume, igeuke ndio iweze kushukisha abiria ama watu. Sababu ni kwamba milango haifanyi kazi. Feri ikiwa nzima, ikiwa iko katika hali yake ya kisawasawa, huwa baada ya watu kuingia ndani, baada ya magari kuingia ndani, milango ya feri inainuka na inafunga vizuri. Inafunga kiasi cha kuwa hata mtu akitaka akisukumwa hawezi kutoka nje. Gari ikishuka kwa sababu pengine breki zimekataa, halitaweza kufika nje, litagongwa na vizuizi, litazuiwa na milango. Lakini feri zetu zimekuwa milango yote haifanyi kazi, na hata kufanya tu marekebisho ya milango imeshinda wakurugenzi, imeshinda wafanyikazi wa shirika lile. Kwa hivyo naunga mkono wenzangu ya kwamba kama mtu kazi haiwezi, msituharakishe kwenda makaburini. Msihatarishe maisha ya watu 6,000 wanaotumia feri ile kwa siku moja. Hapa ni mahali ambapo serikali ingeangalia vizuri, ikahakikisha watu wake wanalindwa. Lakini hayo yote tunasema wapigaji mbizi ni muhimu kwa shirika kama lile. Inakuwaje kuwe hakuna wapigaji mbizi, na tunajua chochote kitokea kitatokea ndani ya maji? Hili janga lilitupata mwaka 94 na tulitarajia kwamba kungekuwa na mikakati kufikia sasa. Lakini Wakenya tunangoja mpaka kitu kitokee. Na si kwamba mambo haya hayangeweza kuonekana kwamba yatatokea. Juzi kule Rabai nimekuwa na ajali mbaya sana. Tumepoteza watu 9 mahali pamoja. Mahali pale tumeomba matuta tu yajengwe na Kena wakazembea kazi. Mwisho tukaambiwa Kera ndio wamepewa ile kazi, mpaka watu wakaangamiza maisha. Sisi tunawaambia wanaochukua majukumu ya serikali wawe wamejitolea. Usiende kuandikwa askari wa jeshi la maji kama wewe ni muoga, kama wewe hujui kuogelea. Tunaomba serikali ichukue wale ambao wamejitolea. Wao ndio watatufanyia ile kazi, sio kutuletea watu kizungu mingi, makaratasi mengi, na wakati ukifika wanarudi nyuma. Kenya Navy walikuwa uwanja wa Uhuru Gardens wakifanya mazoezi wakati ajali hii inatokea. Tunashangaa dakika 15 hakuna hata mtu mmoja alifika pale. Sisi tunamuomba rais aangalie wakati wana.
Very well. You had 5 minutes, Honorable Kamoti. Shall we now have Honorable Tayari?
Pointi zangu hizi unachukua wewe. Acha mimi naongea on behalf.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Nafikiri utaniongezea dakika moja. Mheshimiwa Spika, nimesimama kuunga mkono mjadala huu ambao umeletwa na Mheshimiwa Mboko wa Likoni. Na kwanza kabisa pia mimi wacha nichukue nafasi hii kupatiana rambirambi zangu kwa familia ya marehemu mwenda zake ambaye alituacha kwa sababu ya ajali iliyotokea pale Likoni. Mheshimiwa Spika, kusema kweli wale wafanyikazi ambao wanafanya kazi pale feri wengi hawana tajriba ambayo inatakikana kuhakikisha kwamba wanafanya kazi ile vizuri. Wiki mbili zilizopita kabla ya ajali hii kutokea, feri moja kidogo igongwe na meli ambayo ilikuwa inapita. Na yale ambayo yalizungumzwa na watu wa feri ni kwamba wao wanajua wanafanya nini na walikuwa wako tayari kwa lolote. Lakini kusema kweli ni Mwenyezi Mungu ndiye ambaye aliokoa ajali ile, lakini tungepoteza watu wengi sana pale Likoni wiki mbili zilizopita. Na vile alivyosema mheshimiwa mwenzangu ya kwamba mwaka wa 1994 tulikuwa na ajali pale Mtongwe ambayo tulipoteza watu wengi sana. Na ajali ya Mtongwe ilikuwa mita kadhaa na pale ambapo Kenya Navy wanaishi ama wanafanya mazoezi yao. Lakini hakuna lolote walilofanya mpaka tukapoteza watu wengi. Hii leo pia juzi tumepoteza dada yetu kilomita 1 tu kutoka pale ambapo feri Kenya Navy wanakaa. Na hapo pia hivi sasa wakati ile gari ikitokomea chini walikuwa wanafanya mazoezi hapo wakizunguka na viboti vyao wakifanya starehe hapo badala ya mazoezi. Mimi najiuliza na nauliza wenzangu, hizi nguo nyeupe ambazo wale wenzetu wamepatiwa ni za kuonyesha kwamba haziingii uchafu ama ni za kufanyia kazi? Mimi naona hakuna kazi yoyote wale ndugu zetu wanafanya pale wa Navy. Tutalaumu watu wa MD wa Kenya Ferry, lakini wale ambao wako na jukumu la kuhakikisha ya kwamba wanatetea ama wanaangalia maisha ya binadamu ambao wako katika vitengo vya maji ni watu wa Navy. Mimi ningependa kuomba waziri wa usalama na waziri wa mambo ya usafiri wachukue jukumu hili la kuhakikisha kwamba wanachukua makosa yale yaliyofanyika kama yao, sio wale ambao wako pale. Hivi ndivyo ambavyo tutajua ya kwamba tunarekebisha nchi yetu na hatutaweza kulaumu watu wengine zaidi. Pia ningependa kujulisha bunge hili ya kwamba serikali mambo kama haya yakitokea hakuna mipangilio yote ya kuhakikisha kwamba wale familia walioacha wanasaidiwa vizuri. Tangu juzi tunaona kwenye televisheni ama runinga wenyewe wamekaa pale chini wakilia, lakini hata hakuna watu wa kuwasaidia, watu wa Red Cross, hakuna hata mtu mmoja ambaye anawasaidia. Hii ni kuonyesha ni aibu kubwa kama serikali ya Kenya, ambapo sisi tunajivunia na mambo ya Coast Guard na kila kitu, lakini hatuna nafasi ya kusaidia wananchi wetu. Pia ningelipenda kuomba serikali, kama feri bado zitazidi kutumiwa, waweke wale watu ambao kazi yao ni kuhakikisha kwamba wanalinda usalama pale, ama kwa jina la Kiingereza life savers. Ni lazima wawe wako pale. Hakuna mahali dunia hii ambapo kuna maji na hakuna watu ambao kazi yao ni kuangalia usalama ya wale ambao wanatumia maji yale. Hata tukienda bichi, tukienda wapi, lazima kuwa kuna watu wamekaa pale ya kuhakikisha kwamba watu wanasaidika. Mheshimiwa Spika, pia ningependa kusema ya kwamba kunatakikana pale feri hivi sasa kuwekwe mikakati ya kuhakikisha kwamba watu wanatumia feri vizuri. Ikifika saa ya jioni ya watu wa kwenda nyumbani, watu wanakimbia kila mahali. Ni kuonyesha ya kwamba wale walioandikwa kazi ya kusimamia pale feri hawana nafasi ama hawana ile tajriba ya kuhakikisha kwamba wanafanya kazi yao kwa usalama. Nasema asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa wakati huu, na naunga mkono mjadala huu ambao umeletwa na Mheshimiwa Mishimboko. Asante sana.
Honorable Shaban.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I want to to add my voice and also thank my sister, Honorable Mishimboko, for bringing up this issue, which has bothered most of the Kenyans, considering that we are losing lives without caring. That Kenyans, when they came to be born in Kenya, they have a right to live here and they have a right to security. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to take this opportunity to send my heartfelt condolences and the people of Taveta to the family of Miriam and Amanda for the loss, unnecessary loss of these lives. Mr. Speaker, sir, this same week in Taveta, from our Lake Chala, we had within a week, we lost 2 lives from Lake Chala. One, a gentleman by the name of Agostino Karawa, and he was buried last Saturday. And today, another young man in his 20s, Benjamin Marunde, also was being buried today after losing his life in Lake Chala. Mr. Speaker, sir, there are questions which are begging. And first and foremost, our government is supposed to have a national disaster operation center. Well, I don't know whether it's just a name in books or it is operational. Mr. Speaker, sir, secondly, the Kenya Navy are supposed to be people who are going to worry about security in our seas, our ocean. And this, if it's not a security issue, then what is? I'm just wondering, as these Kenya Navy people were there, and if it was one of their family members, how would they have reacted? Would they have pretended that they are waiting for some command from somewhere? Or would they have taken the action, the necessary action that they're supposed to have taken? It is so sad, because when I look back, when the Garissa University, with all those deaths, there were Kenya Army people just there watching from the fence. Like some fans watching a football match, and Kenyans were losing their lives. Something must be done about the policy of our security teams in this country. And I'm asking His Excellency the President to look at whether him being a commander of our defense forces means that he's going to preside over a force which actually is there when our Kenyans are dying and they're not doing anything. Mr. Speaker, sir, how many times do we go to war? But we can be in a state of war amongst ourselves. Because if we are going to watch Kenyans dying and we don't care when they are losing lives, then there's something wrong, because it looks like we are actually in a state of war amongst ourselves. Mr. Speaker, sir, what do we think can be done to help and work for our people? One, I do believe the board of Kenya Ferry, being led by one Honorable Dan Mwazo, I think they have a duty. And the main duty they have right now is to look at what are their needs. And I think the most important need they have is to be able to employ divers, well-trained divers, give them equipment, and have some speedboats. Because that channel, the Likoni Ferry, that channel actually transports millions and millions of people. It does in a year. And if it is transporting so many people, how much does the Kenya Ferry require for them to be able to buy the speedboats, which should be there on standby, and actually any ferry which is carrying people should be escorted, and in the event that there's anything, the divers should be ready to come in and assist. Mr. Speaker, sir, it makes me very sad that we are wasting our Kenyans, and we are watching Kenyans as they die. You look at young families being wasted, and I only pray to God every day that that ferry, as it is carrying all those people, thousands of people, does not at any given time go under. Because if it does, then this, after the Mtongo ferry, will be another major disaster. Mr. Speaker, sir, as we sit here in the 12th Parliament, our budget committee must consider, because if the Ministry of Transport and Kenya Ferry itself does not think they should have money to be able to get those speedboats.
Very well. Honorable Commissioner, we have only 5 minutes for each of us. Next on top is Honorable Oduol Obaka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. First of all, let me send my condolences to the family and friends and relatives. I want to recall last night, there was a debate over this matter, and the people who were brought on television to discuss it were experts of maritime systems. One of them said that the challenge they faced was bureaucracy, getting the Kenya Navy to respond on time. Bureaucracy is too much, they cannot respond on time. If that is really true, what I heard, then something has to be done about bureaucracy. It means the people who can save lives are not able to respond on time because some kind of bureaucracy must be followed for them to begin to take up their action. I think that was quite an unfortunate statement that I heard, and up to now I keep on wondering, is bureaucracy the reason why the Kenya Navy never responded? The second point is that whenever people travel in the kind of systems that we have, in the plane or in a ferry or in a steamer, emergency is likely to occur. And there is always a way in which passengers are sensitized a few minutes before the plane takes off. They are taken through the emergency system in the plane. The security door, where the safety coats will be, safety gadgets are, and what happens when the plane lands in the water. They tell you how to wear it. They even tell you where it is, the safety jackets that you should have. How come when it comes to the ferry, such jackets are not available? The passengers are not protected. They have no idea what to do when an emergency occurs. So I'm recommending as well that this is the time that this is a wake-up call. Passengers must be told what kind of accidents is likely to occur and what action they're likely to take. And they should be told where life-saving jackets are kept. That's why when accidents occur in the ferry or anywhere else, like boats also capsizing in Kisumu, Lake Victoria, nobody's there to save lives. Life must be lost all the time because we are ill-prepared to save lives. I want to finally say that the social media, as my friend Millie Odhiambo had said, is quite insensitive. I watched that video, and as a lay person, I asked so many questions. The video showed very clearly that the vehicle was floating on the water for quite a while before it actually sank. That is the moment at which anybody who was keen to save life could have stepped in. It took a bit of time. And I was wondering, how did it float? What happened to the vehicle? It was on the water for quite a bit of time. Somebody would have stepped in to save lives. A friend of mine from the US sent me a text and said, do you know that was so easy to save lives on that? We would have sent a plane to pick that vehicle and carry it over. Are we really ready to save lives when it comes to such difficult emergencies that are there? These are very critical ways of saving lives. We must have not only the ambulance and the divers nearby, but we also must have certain gadgets that may make us reach there on time and carry the entire vehicle on the shoreline. I think my contribution is that let us be real, let us be practical, let us move fast, let's not forget about bureaucracy that stops people who should be able to save lives. Save lives. Asante sana. Thank you.
Honorable Mwashetani.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kuchangia katika mswada huu. Kwanza kabisa ningeanza kwa kupeana salamu zangu za rambirambe pamoja na familia yangu na walungalunga vile vile na Kwale kwa jumla. Mheshimiwa Spika, haya ni masuala ambayo yamejiri kwa muda mrefu. Janga la kwanza likitokea lile la pale Likoni, lilikuwa ni lile janga ambalo bado nilikuwa niko shule. Na tulipoteza wananchi ama watu karibu 200 na. Mheshimiwa Spika, Lamu ilitokea habari kama hii. Familia nzima ikapotea isipokuwa mzazi ambaye ni wa kiume aliweza kuogelea kwa masaa 5. Masaa 5 bila kupata usaidizi wowote kutoka kwa kitengo chochote ambacho ni cha kuangalia hali ya usalama katika nchi hii. Mheshimiwa Spika, hili swala la kuwa kidole tunapeana kwa serikali si swala ambalo mimi naliona liko sawa, kwa sababu kila anayepewa nafasi ya kuongoza katika shirika lolote, yeye kama mkurugenzi anatakikana apange mikakati ya kisawasawa na kuangalia ni katika vitengo vipi ambao haswa fatikana kupatiwa kipaumbele katika mipango yake ya kuhakikisha anaendesha shirika lile. Mheshimiwa Spika, lile gari ambalo lilizama pale lilichukua karibu dakika 30. Dakika 30 wale majeshi ambao walikuwa wale wa Navy ambao walikuwa wakifanya mazoezi waliiona ikizama. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, naweza kukuambia kwa sababu mimi mwenyewe ni baharia. Mimi huogelea, ikiwa hujazoea, hata kama wajua una vifaa huwezi kuruka kwenda kusaidia. Kwa hivyo mimi kama mjumbe nilizungumza na wenzangu kule Vanga, na hii leo tunavyozungumza katika timu ambayo inazunguka na imeruka kule chini kuhakikisha wamemtoa vijana 4 ambao hawakusoma, hawana elimu, lakini kazi yao ni kuruka ndani ya maji na kuhakikisha kutoa vilivyo kule chini. Kwa hivyo lile swala la kuandika wafanyakazi haswa katika hivi vifuko ambao vinatumia madau, vifuko ambao vinatumia feri, ni lazima tuweke katika sheria kuwa katika hivi vivuko lazima kuwe na watu 2, 3 ambao wana tajriba ya kisawasawa na ile ari ya kuweza kuingia kule ndani kusaidia kwa wakati wote. Mheshimiwa Spika, hili ni swali ambalo sisi tunajiuliza kama Wakenya. Basi sisi kama Wakenya ikiwa tuwezi kubuni, basi kuiga pia tuwezi, kwa sababu tukiangalia nchi za kuendelea ambazo tunategemea kuiga mipango yao ni kuwa katika kila sehemu, hata zile sehemu ambazo vijana wetu wanakwenda kujivinjari za bichi, huwa tumeweka wale walinda salama. Kukitokea na janga lolote wanaweza kuingia pale na kusaidia kwa haraka. Kwa hivyo ombi langu, mbali na kuwa hili swala limekuwa ni swala nyeti, ombi langu ni kuwa wale wote ambao wanahusika, sio kuhusika kwa kuwa walitenda, lakini kuhusika kuweka mipango kabambe ambayo imeleta janga kama hili, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni wajitolee, wajiuzulu. Ama Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya aseme kila mmoja ambaye amezembea kikazi ni sharti kukitokea jambo kama hili ajiuzulu. Hii ndio italeta heshima katika haya mashirika ambayo yamepewa nafasi ya kuongozwa na watu. Alafu vile vile Mheshimiwa, nikienda kwa upande wa management ama kwa upande wa kusimamia, leo ukiangalia sehemu kama ile feri, unakuta ile feri, Mheshimiwa Spika, gari wakati feri imefika mwisho yatakana kushukisha, kabla gari haijatoka wananchi wanapita. Leo ni baharini, kesho utasikia kuna wananchi wamepandiwa na magari. Na hii yote ni kwa sababu ya usimamizi bora. Ikiwa hakuna usimamizi bora, majanga haya yataendelea kutokea. Na vile vile Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiangalia katika kuandika hawa watu kazi, ukiandika mkurugenzi lazima awe na tajriba ya kusimamia ama tajriba ya management. Ukichukua mkurugenzi ambaye alikuwa accountant, engineer, mpaka awe na tajriba ya management ili ajue kuna masuala kama inventory, masuala ya kuangalia spare za magari za hiyo meli zinatoka wapi. Mheshimiwa, tumetoa bilioni 1.8 kununua feri 2. Ile feri ya kwanza ambayo ililetwa, Mheshimiwa Spika, azimio ilikuwa iwe ni feri mpya, lakini iliyoletwa shatumika. Sisi kama Wakenya, kwa nini tutumie vifaa ama vifutio ambao vishatumika katika nchi zingine, na hali tunaweka pesa za kisawasawa kuhakikisha tumepata feri za kisawasawa, na ile pesa ambayo tumetoa iwe ni ya haki kwa wananchi ili apate huduma ya kisawasawa. Ya pili, mpaka leo Mheshimiwa Spika, haijafika, tujui pesa zimekwenda wapi. Kwa hivyo haya ni masuala ambayo kama bunge la kitaifa ni muhimu tuliangalie kiundani.
Honorable Mnene.
Mr. Speaker, asante sana kwa kunipatia fursa hata mimi niweze kuchangia kwa mswada huu ambao ni mswada umetumiza mioyo sana na umetuliza sana kuona kama vile ilivyotokea. Mr. Speaker, kwa niaba ya wakaazi wa Taita Taveta nataka hata mimi kutoa rambirambi kwa dada yetu Mariamu na mtoto wake Mdheu ambao walipoteza maisha katika mkasa huo. Na niseme hivi Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, hili ni jambo la aibu sana. Na tena ni jambo la kusikitisha kwa karne hii kama Wakenya wanaweza kupoteza maisha kwa mambo ambayo yanaweza zuilika. Mr. Speaker, tunaona kwamba kuna utepetevu fulani, kuna uzembe mkubwa katika shirika hilo la Kenya Ferries, na tunasema kwamba ni lazima watu waweze kuwajibika kwa kazi ambazo wamepewa kuhudumia wananchi. Mr. Speaker, nataka niseme kwamba ni lazima kama Wakenya na kama viongozi tutafakari sana ni vipi tumejiandaa kuweza kukabiliana na majanga kama haya yakitokea. Majanga ni ya aina tofauti tofauti yanaweza kutokea. Ni vipi tumejitayarisha kukabiliana nayo? Na nikimalizia Mr. Speaker, ni kwamba ninaendelea kutoa pole zangu na ninasema wacha hili liwe la mwisho, na kila mtu, kila mmoja aweze kuwajibika kwa majukumu ambayo ameweza kupewa, ayafanye vyema ili tusiweze kupata mikasa kama hizi ama majanga kama haya kwa siku zingine zinazokuja. Asante sana Mr. Speaker kwa kunipatia hii fursa. Asante.
Honorable Ali Adhiman.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza kabisa ningependa kuungana na wenzangu kupeana rambirambi zangu za pole kwa familia ambao ilipoteza wapendwa wao. Vile vile ningependa kumpongeza Mheshimiwa Mishi kuja na mjadala huu hapa bungeni. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, waheshimiwa wengi wamezungumza kwa masikitiko makubwa na kwa kuzingatia yaliyojiri kutokana na kisa hiki cha hivi majuzi, Mheshimiwa Spika, cha kupoteza ndugu zetu hawa wa Kenya katika mkasa wa feri. Mheshimiwa Spika, vile vile Mheshimiwa Spika, masikitiko ambayo bado yako kwa Wakenya na majonzi makubwa ni kule kwamba hata baada ya tukio hili mpaka saa hizi Mheshimiwa Spika, hakuna juhudi zozote ambazo zimeweza kufanyika na kuweza kuyasawazisha haya mahali palipofikia. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa kweli Mheshimiwa Spika, ni masikitiko makubwa na ni aibu kubwa kwa nchi hii. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, tatizo la Kenya ni kule kwamba wanasahau, na tatizo kubwa la Kenya Mheshimiwa Spika ni kwamba tukiwa kama Wakenya hatuna ile imani ya kusema, ya kusikitikiana na kadhalika. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika, yameelezewa na wenzangu, tukio hili la juzi Mheshimiwa Spika si tukio ambalo mbali ya kwamba kifo kinamfikia kila mmoja na kila mmoja atakuwa na siku yake ya kufa Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini majanga mengine na vifo vingine Mheshimiwa Spika ni vya kusikitisha, na kwa hakika ni aibu kubwa kwa serikali. Mheshimiwa Spika, leo hii serikali inaendesha zoezi la feri lile ambalo lachukua abiria takriban 300 kwa siku na magari takriban 6,000 Mheshimiwa Spika kwa siku. Mheshimiwa Spika, ukweli ni kwamba hali hii, chombo hiki kinatembea baharini, lakini Aibu ambao hivi sasa imeonekana ni kuwa kwamba hakuna watu ambao wamewekwa katika ile feri ya kuhakikisha kwamba ni wazoefu wa kujitetea ama wa kusaidia wakati ajali imetokezea, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na hili ni masikitiko makubwa, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu hii ni moja katika utaratibu wa safari ama mashirika yanayosafirisha. Haiwezekani kamwe chombo kama hiki kiwe kinafanya shughuli zake kiwe hakina watu wenye wameolekwa pale kama wafanyikazi katika shughuli ile, wakati dharura zozote zimetokezea, Mheshimiwa Spika, na ili hali chombo kile kinafanya katika bahari, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mbali ya Kenya Navy, Mheshimiwa Spika, inavyozungumziwa, Mheshimiwa Spika, ukweli ni kwamba haya ni madharau na kutowajibika na kutojali na kutoheshimu wananchi wa Kenya. Serikali ya Kenya yapaswa kuwajibika kwa yote haya, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu wananchi wanalipa kodi katika kuhakikisha kwamba zile services, huduma wanazipata kwa nchi hii. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukizungumza leo ni siku ya 3 kwa shindwa serikali nzima kuhakikisha kwamba wameweza toa gari na wameweza kutoa wale maiti. Mheshimiwa Spika, ikiwa tuzungumza kwa ajali ya mtu mmoja namna hiyo, ingawaje kama ingekuwa ni watu wengi, Mheshimiwa Spika? Vile vile, Mheshimiwa Spika, mara nyingi twaona kule kwamba twahisi kwamba haya ni madharau kwa serikali. Kama ingekuwa pengine ni mgeni kutoka Uingereza ama sehemu nyingine, Mheshimiwa Spika, usiku ule ule ingefanywa kazi na serikali na lile zoezi likafanikishwa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hivyo, Mheshimiwa Spika, ningeomba kamati husika ihakikishe kwamba wamelifutizia swala hili kikamilifu na kuja na mswada hapa ama kuja na pendekezo katika bunge hili la kusema ya kwamba haitokuwa ni sawa kwa Kenya Ferry ama kivuko chochote kutoajiri vijana ambao ni mahodari katika uzoefu wa haya, na tunao vijana hao, Mheshimiwa Spika, ndani ya pwani yetu. Asante, Mheshimiwa Spika.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, and may I start by sending my heartfelt condolences to the family of the bereaved, Honorable Speaker, and to the people of Mombasa, Honorable Speaker. Losing Miriam and Amanda, Honorable Speaker, is shocking to this country, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, because we have the Kenya Navy, we have the Kenya Army, we have the Air Force, who want to, Honorable Speaker,
Order, Sankok. What is it, Honorable Mwinyi?
Speaker, I would request that you minimize the minutes given so that at least we can accommodate those who are remaining to speak. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Earlier when Honorable Ali Adman asked for that, it's just it's a persuasive request from that member. I may not be able to reduce at this time, but the member is just persuading that those members who are speaking, if you can speak for a few minutes, so that a few other members can speak. Let's see Honorable Ole Sankok whether he's convinced.
Honorable Speaker, having Kenya Army, Kenya Navy, and Kenya Air Force, who are supposed to be protecting us on air, on the ground, and on the sea. Yet, Honorable Speaker, we had had several attacks. Dusit, for instance, there were only 4 attackers, Honorable Speaker, and they took the whole country at ransom for almost 72 hours, Honorable Speaker. Westgate, Honorable Speaker. 4 Al-Shabaab militants took the whole country at ransom and shook the whole country until people were claiming mattresses are being banned, Honorable Speaker, for almost 5 days, Honorable Speaker. And now, here we are, a car floating for more than 20 minutes, Honorable Speaker, yet there is nobody that can save that soul, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and it boiled down to, Honorable Speaker, to corruption. 72 million to invest on CCTV cameras so that Kenya Navy can see wherever they are so that they can respond very quickly, Honorable Speaker. That money is not known where it went, Honorable Speaker. Almost 2 billion, Honorable Speaker, to purchase 2 ferries. Only one came, and it's an old one, Honorable Speaker, and the rest of the money, I don't know where it have gone. The investigative authorities, our DCI, are very busy addressing the media, but not following this money. Our Auditor General, Honorable Speaker, I don't know what is auditing. If more than almost 2 billion, Honorable Speaker, is given, and an old ferry is brought, and the next ferry is not brought, Honorable Speaker, I don't know what they are normally auditing, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, 28 million for repair of ferries is given at any given time. It is there. The provision is there, so that they can repair any ferry that have repair damages, Honorable Speaker. And the last repair that we know, Honorable Speaker, that is in record is in 2013, Honorable Speaker. Throughout, they don't repair, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and that is why we are saying the life of the 300,000 users of the ferry are at risk. 66,000 vehicles, Honorable Speaker, are at risk. We must think as a house, and we must budget for this. But even before we budget, we must give direction. And first direction, Honorable Speaker, is first to make sure that those who are employed are people with experience and diverse who can assist in case of such emergency. Honorable Speaker, and now we have gotten a spot for training of Kenya Army. It is in the Likoni Channel, as Honorable Mishi had insinuated, that whoever wants to be employed as a Kenya Navy should be thrown into where that vehicle have sunk. And then if he survives, he becomes a Kenya Navy. He cannot survive, he will not qualify to be a Kenya Navy, Honorable Speaker. If we can have money for Huduma number, we are yet to get money, Honorable Speaker, for referendum. We are ready to get money to invest on blue economy. Blue economy, my foot. Where will we, when people, Kenyans are dying in the same blue economy that we are trying to? In fact, Honorable Speaker, some Red Cross respond, Kinako, they respond to disaster more than how a whole government can respond to a simple disaster. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Sankok took the 5 minutes, and that's fine. This is minutes. Honorable Mwagogo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this motion. On the onset, I want to convey my condolences to the family of Kigenda and Amanda for losing their lives in such a cruel way. Mr. Speaker, we cannot talk of 56 years of independence, and we cannot have divers in the ferry. Instead, we are having bouncers who are always throwing people around, and they cannot help in such disasters. Mr. Speaker, we hear that the CS has appointed the PS to spearhead this tragedy. But how do you appoint somebody to do the work they are supposed to do right from the beginning? Because they are paid to ensure that the ferries are working, they are paid to ensure that there's safety of the people, but here we are seeing people be appointed 3 days after the disaster has happened. Mr. Speaker, we also know that the government spent money, 78 million, to buy CCTV cameras to ensure that they see what is going on. But up to date, no CCTV cameras have been fixed in Likoni Ferry. It is only trial and error every time we cross the ferry. What happens, for example, if the ferry was hit by the ship going to dock in the port? If we cannot retrieve bodies 3 days after the incident, then there's something serious wrong in this country. I think we must stop corruption. If there's no corruption, I'm sure the ferries would have been serviced properly and will not be talking about this disaster today. Going forward, it's important. Some of those ferries should be removed for repair before they go back to work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. First of all, I also join my colleagues in giving out my condolences to the families of the bereaved. And I also want to air 2 points here. The first one is those who are concerned must own up. We would like to see people accepting that it is their mistake, at least for the first time in this country. let's see whoever believes that it is his mistake to own up, first of all. Then secondly, Mr. Speaker, as we speak, there is no order in the way people are entering and leaving the ferry. We even don't know how many people are carried in every trip that, of course, the ferry makes. Because people simply go in like goats, and there is no even head count to know how many are actually transported per trip. So I think this should also be done. The Transport Committee should also be concerned about some of these activities that, of course, are within their docket to ensure they also take an active role so that safety is also maintained. Now, the other one is, Mr. Speaker, we don't want to blame the MD for the Kenya ferry. We should blame ourselves as a country. I'm sorry to say this, I'm also a politician, but we keep on dumping politicians who have lost in their elections in positions which they are not even trained for. What do you expect, Mr. Speaker? And we saw it yesterday. People who didn't qualify, but we said these are our colleagues, we should actually help them. So if we are fighting corruption, we should be leading by example. Mr. Speaker, it is sad that the committees that was selected or appointed yesterday, none, I would say most of them do not even qualify, maybe except for a few. It was not a balanced committee. Most of them do not know land matters, but here we are appointing a very important commission to do a very important job, yet the people who are there do not actually meet the threshold. So, Mr. Speaker, let me say this. It is high time this country begins to relook itself. Just the other day, we saw a school collapsing, then the whole ministry, everybody, county governments running around, closing schools arbitrarily, yet we know we are approaching KCPE examinations. Mr. Speaker, this is absurd. I beg to stop there to give my other colleagues to contribute. Otherwise, I thank you, Madam Mheshimiwa Mishi, for bringing this adjournment motion. Thank you.
If you took less than that, we would have given to a few more members, but let's see whether they can share the remaining few minutes. If we spoke for 1 minute, we'll have a few more at this side and this side. Let's start with your neighbor, Honorable Mwadime. If you
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just in a nutshell, first of all, it's just to give my condolences to the deceased. Secondly, it's something really surprising, mesmerizing, astonishing, flabbergasting to see Kenyans losing lives just because we Kenyans, our way of doing things is reactive rather than proactive. The other day we had a school collapsed, and many occasions we have had incidents happening, and then Kenyans is when they start acting as instead of proactively, but we reactively act. What has happened in Kenya Ferry, it's very serious. No divers. Seriously, we know that in water, when you're dealing with the water, security, the first security should be divers. Where were we as Kenyans not having divers? And within the periphery of Likoni, there are so many divers over there because I've lived there. I personally, I used to be one of them. And I wonder what's not happening to Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, let me not talk more. Let me give others to, but I support.
If Honorable Nyaga can say a minute, so that then I get to Honorable the other members this side as well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. And first, I want to give my sincere condolences to the family of Miriam and their daughter. Mr. Speaker, this is a shame. This is embarrassing, surely. As a country, as a government, 3 days down the line, and the body is still not yet. What are we really talking about? Mr. Speaker, we are telling the CS, Mr. Macharia, to take the responsibility. We have lost a very beautiful woman with our daughter. Somebody is sleeping on his job, Mr. Speaker. They should wake up. We need a comprehensive report, Mr. Speaker, by the Kenya Ferry Services. The CS Transport should tell this country what he is doing in the office. We are telling him this is the time he should have resigned like yesterday. We cannot continue like this, Mr. Speaker. This is not the first time. This is not the second time we have lost people at the ferry because somebody is not doing the right thing as they are supposed to do, Mr. Speaker. As I want to wind up, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the government to compensate the family, even though even by compensating the family, Mariam and the daughter are not coming back. So the government is supposed to do something and to be serious. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, you took the minute I was to give to Honorable Nyenze and Honorable Oduor and others, but nevertheless, Honorable members, it is 7 p.m. We had a few other members to speak to this, but look, the time is that allocated for this, and it is 7 p.m. Honorable members, the time being 7 p.m., this House starts adjourned till Thursday, 3rd October 2019 at 2:30 p.m.